Stress-Free: How to Thrive Under Pressure in Unprecedented Times. Authored by Richard Maloney. Narrated by Richard Maloney. Preface by Richard Maloney. From a very early age, I can recall myself questioning the meaning of life. Why are we here, and what's this human experience all about? I had no clear idea what I was here to do, but I sensed that it would unfold in time. And so I just cruised along, waiting for something meaningful to hit me. In the meantime, I didn't take life or people too seriously. And often, this seemingly relaxed approach to life worked to my detriment. At school, I was completely disengaged from the curriculum, the teachers, and their teaching methods, and this resulted in me being perceived as a difficult, combative, problem child. As the years passed and my disenchantment towards the status quo intensified, the perception that I was more trouble than what I was worth also heightened, and I was ultimately asked to leave 2 different schools. I struggled to fit into the box that my parents and teachers expected me to fit into, and so it was assumed that I was a non-academic and wholly incapable of applying myself. I found this frustrating because I knew this wasn't who I really was, but I also felt misunderstood and at times completely defeated. If they couldn't see me for me, then what was the point? Sport, however, was my one saving grace. It offered me a platform to excel and exhibit my talents, an outlet for my frustrations, and an opportunity to mould myself into society through my passion. I was not only accepted, but also continually recognised and rewarded for my talents, and it felt like the one place where conforming was an option. Unfortunately, this one safe haven in my life was still not enough for me to overcome my demons, and I really struggled mentally throughout my teens. I felt discouraged, misunderstood, and pigeonholed as the bad guy, and at the age of 16, I even considering taking my own life. Now, at this point, I still had no clear sense of purpose and no real sense of self. I knew I wasn't who people thought I was, but if I wasn't that, then who was I? During this tumultuous period, my sporting abilities continued to flourish, and I was recruited to the St Kilda Football Club in the Australian Football League. This was the epitome of success for a footballer, and on the surface, it seemed like a dream come true. The opportunity to play football at the most elite level in Australia, and as one of the Saints, the team I idolised my entire life. Everyone thought I was living the dream, and yet what I gained there was a very stark and unnerving realisation that my attitude towards people, competition, and life in general was rather ruthless and unhealthy. And I didn't even possess the distinction of being best anymore. I'd gone from being the biggest fish in a small pond to a small fish in an ocean. Other elite footballers were just as good as I was, if not better. And even more importantly, they had the right mindset. I struggled with the pressure of performing to a higher standard, accompanied by the ego hit that came with no longer being the standout player. I had always been one of the best in class, and this had come easy. Now I had to work so hard and continually strive to prove myself to my peers and coaches. I felt discouraged and disillusioned. My young ego copped consistent beatings, and ultimately I got injured. From there, sadly, I just quit. One of the other reasons I think I had such a bad attitude at the time was one of the all too familiar classics. When I was 19 years old, my parents got divorced. It was far from amicable, and the raw pain and inner turmoil this inflicted were profound and lingering. My mum had a breakdown of sorts, and my sister was overseas at the time, so it all fell on me. I felt an instinctive need to take care of her, along with an overwhelming sense of looming responsibility. A lot for any teenager, and just all too much for me. At the same time, I also experienced the shock of almost losing my best mate Jason, who had been my closest friend, like a brother, from the age of 5. He and his mum were on a road trip when they were involved in a car accident on the Westgate Bridge in Melbourne. A collision at the top of the bridge sent the car into the safety rail, potentially causing a plummet of 58 metres, 190 feet, into the Yarra River. This terrifying experience sent my best friend into a downward spiral of post-traumatic stress, which brought on panic attacks and anxiety. Jace wasn't really the same after that. We were still just kids, but we were both going through our own private hell, and we both felt like we were drowning as our old world seemingly dissolved around us. At the time, I was too lost and broken myself to help Jace in any meaningful way, but caring for my mother post-divorce and stepping up as the man of the house forced me to mature swiftly, and I became obsessed with the concept of why. Why did one near-death experience change my best friend so profoundly overnight? And why was I so quick to throw away my opportunity for greatness at the first sign of struggle? Through our paralleled stress and suffering, I unearthed my true passion for working to understand the human mind, to understand myself, and to help my best mate Jace. I became obsessed by the concepts of metaphysics, and I felt a deep need to explore and uncover just why we were here. I started by researching all the major religions, then exploring the science of the mind and psychology. From there, I ventured further afield, with theories of parallel dimensions and the direction of personal energy. Along the way, I met many interesting kindred spirits who offered new perspectives and ideas that felt right, thoughts that I added to my ever-growing mental mosaic of life's meaning. Over the course of these seeking years, I was also playing football at the state league level at numerous clubs throughout Australia. This is one level down from the AFL that so successfully eluded me, and where I was often the leader or captain and the enforcer on the field. Australian football is an aggressive contact sport similar to the NFL in the US. I thrived in this physical combat because I found this allowed me to gain a major advantage over my competitor mentally. I had always pushed the boundaries of being overly physical in my sport, and yet off the field, I could so often be found meditating and looking deeper into spirituality. I was quite the walking contradiction, and I was concerned about people knowing that I wore two such radically different hats. This insecurity began to intensify as I came to the realization that my life seemed to be contradictory on so many levels. Here I was, known for being the enforcer, yet I was also a young man on a mystical journey. Aggression and harmony were my two driving forces in life, and in my mind, the two didn't really connect as one person, which only exacerbated my uncertainty as to who I was and why we were here. In the years that followed, I thankfully matured both as an athlete and as a man, and I continued along the leadership path both in sport and at work as a corporate leadership and culture coach. I also began to uncover notable patterns in business clients and elite athletes, and this sparked a keen interest which prompted me to study the areas of psychology, life coaching, neuro-linguistic programming, and hypnotherapy, just to name a few. After the first time in my life, I had unearthed a deep passion for learning, and I couldn't get enough of it. As my studies progressed and I continued to explore, I was surprised to learn that no one was offering a clear and tangible system with a step-by-step structure to take me, or anyone for that matter, from A, lost, confused, prioritizing petty energies, to Z, self-aware, focused, passionate, and on track towards success. This was what I knew I needed and what I'd been searching for. And so while my search continued, what would later become known as the personal activation system unwittingly started to emerge in my mind. I continued along the path as an employee, working for others, both as an athlete and as a coach in sport and business, all while continuing to learn, research, build, and add to the mental mosaic for my own future business. I was constantly visualizing, testing, and trialing how to most effectively return business leaders and their people to their optimum levels of high performance, happiness, and health by treating all areas that need to be in balance: the body, the mind, and the soul. My broad and varied experience over the years as an athlete, a contractor, an employee, and a leader led me to experience incredible roles and learning curves with over 80 sports teams within some of Australia's best sporting associations. I worked in some capacity with 6 elite sporting clubs, which included Melbourne Football Club, Fremantle Football Club, Western Bulldogs Football Club, Melbourne Storm Rugby League, Melbourne Tigers Basketball, and Melbourne Vixens Netball. I was also working with non-professional sporting teams, and I helped lead these teams to 45 grand finals for 35 winning championships. The wealth of experience I gained allowed me to recognise patterns in strong leadership, culture, and high performance. I also identified patterns in low-performing teams and businesses, and I set out to develop a step-by-step process that subliminally activated people to create rapid business success. This was the beginning of Engage and Grow Global, my globally recognised program that reconnects and reinvigorates employees in the workplace. At the time, I was still employed as an executive leadership coach, coaching middle and senior executives in the corporate and government sectors throughout Australia at this point. But I knew I needed to take that leap of faith in order to give Engage and Grow the time and attention it deserved, so I resigned from my job and became a self-employed business owner. This should have been a somewhat daunting milestone for me, particularly given the fact that I'd just gotten married and taken on a large mortgage, which would only get larger once we built on our land. However, I was so certain that Engage and Grow would be an instant raging success that I was completely unfazed by the prospect of no longer earning a steady paycheck. I had extremely high expectations, but I was sure they were achievable because I already had a tried and tested, proven system that I'd spent years perfecting. I knew I had something unique and special, so how hard could it be? During this period, my wife Chris and I were also trying to start a family without success. So we inadvertently found ourselves building a business, building a house, attempting to build a family via IVF simultaneously. It was the stress and pressure trifecta. And as the months passed and the business success evaded me, the bills kept mounting and things became very bleak. I was perplexed as to why my business wasn't achieving the success I had anticipated, i.e. overnight. And once Chris finally became pregnant, after almost 3 years of trying, the mounting pressure was further amplified. We're about to go down to one income, my income, and I felt like I was going to drown. At this point, our home was under construction and we were living on top of a derelict shop beside a train line whilst our new house was being built. It was uninhabitable when we moved in and hardly ideal for a newborn baby. The train platform was only 6 metres from our flimsy louver windows, and every time the freight train came past, we thought it was going to come through the walls. We had no hot water upstairs, so we would boil the kettle to bathe our newborn daughter. And we would often have to evacuate to my in-laws' house in the middle of the night when there was 24-hour track work happening metres from the bed. Money was so tight and our debts were growing so rapidly that Chris would cry most days. And I couldn't even afford a cheap bottle of wine, which I desperately needed, just to numb myself from the overwhelming stress and pressure of it all. Eventually, I had to succumb, and it just about broke my spirit when I was forced to take a job cleaning bricks for my brother-in-law 2 days a week to supplement my income. I felt defeated, ashamed, and conflicted, and my inner narrative became increasingly negative and critical. Even my own family was urging me to walk away and get a steady job, that I decided to challenge myself to meditate every day for 6 months. And I also started studying and learning more about heart math technology. Sleeping tablets and wine were just ineffective band-aids that were making me feel worse, and I realised that I simply wasn't using the tools and techniques I was teaching or trusting my own intuition, which was screaming that this is all part of the journey. I knew I needed to walk the walk, to honestly talk the talk, and this was a turning point for me and my company. I'd been so engrossed in my fears and the stress and the pressures of my life and my business that I couldn't see the forest through the trees. I knew from my studies that stress and pressure, if unsuccessfully managed, could profoundly impact people's ability to perform and enjoy life. However, I think in order to really understand something, you must first experience it. Ultimately, it was that extreme pressure and stress that enabled me to perfect my business strategy. I launched it to the world online. Within 4 years, we found ourselves in 35 countries with over 400 licensed coaches. Our carefully defined and systemized approach has resonated with thousands of now engaged employees. We help to wake them up, thus enabling them to realize their true potential. We have a unique group activation system. We adjust our programs or customize them according to each business and its specific needs. This experience, both the success and the failures, also put me on firm ground as I built the bedrock for Quality Mind, which I'd unknowingly been building via my mental mosaic from the age of 19. I now understand that everyone creates and is responsible for their own reality, every minute of every day. This applies to all of us. And when I applied this theory to business leaders and employees experiencing executive burnout, stress, fatigue, frustration, negativity, irritability, cynicism, overwhelm, all of the above, the results were profound, undeniable, and lasting. More years passed, and as Engage and Grow grew rapidly, I continued to build on my lifelong passion project, Quality Mind, with the understanding that one day soon I would pass the Engage and Grow reins onto my management team, allowing me to invest more time and focus into my QM business. The time has now come that you can't hide from yourself. Stress, burnout, disharmony, illness, injury, and disease can all reflect an area of challenge in your life, and pattern breakdowns are often caused by insecurities in your own head. Here's the thing. Subconsciously and unconsciously, your body will make every effort to keep you safe by default, and it can shut down in certain stressful scenarios to protect you. I had a good eye now to foresee if an athlete is on the brink of a breakdown, and through my 20 years of working with high-performing people, I built a tangible, proven, step-by-step system to eradicate the most common negative and unproductive human thoughts, emotions, fears, and limiting beliefs. I began trialing my system first on athletes in 2011, and they experienced notable success and improvement. This resulted in a flurry of media coverage. In 2015, I then also trialled the program on my best mate, Jace, who was still really struggling with some anxious demons all these years on. I used a lot of trial and error on him, and as he gained traction and understood the process more, we were able to build something amazing together, a life-changing strategy that finally enabled him to turn a corner, one he hasn't looked back from since. We created the Universal Personal Activation System, a system that works for executives, employees, athletes, and anyone who is struggling with the inevitable day-to-day pressures of life. Before I knew it, I had more business than I could handle. I realized I needed to coach more people remotely in real time, and this is when the Quality Mind program really began to evolve via the introduction of the mobile phone app. Quality Mind is now a growing international business with a strong presence in 30 plus countries and over 500 clients using my systems today. And as I've travelled the world as a keynote speaker over the last 5 years, one thing has become abundantly clear to me. The inability to manage pressure, perceived or otherwise, is a huge issue that holds people back on a universal level. From Vietnam to Istanbul, it spans all cultures, all industries, and all walks of life. Hence the reason the app is now multilingual and available in English, Spanish, Portuguese, Indonesian, and Vietnamese. The QM program not only allows you and your people to break the predictable and common cycle of pressure, stress, and overwhelm and burnout, it also provides you with a clear, exciting, and achievable vision for your future, and a control mechanism to erase the inevitable self-doubt and insecurity that can re-emerge. If you can't see it for yourself, it's harder to create it in your life. You have to want it first and foremost. But even when you have a clear vision of what you want, you must first let go of any limiting beliefs that could hold you back from getting to where you want to go. The tools in this book, when used regularly, represent continual growth. And as you progress, you will be learning, evolving, and manifesting more for yourself constantly, unleashing new levels of energy, passion, abundance, performance, and fulfillment. For most, it's become a way of life now, and far more than just a short-lived program. I've been amazed by the extraordinary results and growth that we are achieving. And I now say with surety that I am living my true purpose. This book will take you on quite the journey, but I implore you to stick with it, and I promise you that if you do, your life will change significantly for the better. Enjoy the ride. The Personal Activation System Model. To fast-track the reprogramming, I have designed, over 20 years, a tried-and-true system called the Personal Activation System. Once the brain is activated strategically using well-timed tools and activities, it reawakens the mind and the reprogramming begins. The system is based on modern-day science and is a blend of practices of neuroscience, practices of positive psychology, practices of neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, knowledge of heart math technology, practices of ancient philosophies. Neuroscience, or neurobiology, is the scientific study of the nervous system. It is the branch of biology that investigates the molecular, cellular, developmental, functional, evolutionary, computational, psychosocial, and medical aspects of the brain. It's very scientific, but we break it down for you throughout the book in layman's terms. Positive psychology is the scientific study of the strengths that enable individuals and communities to thrive. The field is founded on the belief that people want to lead meaningful and fulfilled lives, to cultivate what is best within themselves and to enhance their experiences of love, work and play. Neuro-linguistic programming, NLP, is a way of communicating, created in the 1970s. It is often shortened to NLP. NLP is all about bringing about changes in perception, responsible communication, and developing choices of responses or communication in a given situation. NLP works on the principle that everyone has all the resources they need to make positive choices in their own life. I am a trained master NLP practitioner. Heart math technology is the most influential part of our program, and it is an innovative approach to improving emotional well-being. It teaches you to change your heart rhythm pattern to create psychological coherence, a scientifically measurable state characterized by increased order and harmony in our mind, emotions and body. I am a certified heart math trainer. Ancient philosophies, the ability to think and act using knowledge, experience, understanding, common sense, and insight. Wisdom is associated with attributes such as unbiased judgment, compassion, experimental self-knowledge, self-transcendence and non-attachment, and virtues such as ethics and benevolence. The system is fast-tracked by using smartphone technology and trained mind mentors if you choose, to reduce the severities of injuries, illness and burnout. We are reprogramming, balancing and connecting people to their intuition and pointing them in the right direction. When they are fully plugged into the now and racing towards your highest excitement, anything is possible. This book may push all levels of understanding, education and mainstream psychology as we dive into an understanding of reality and our relationship to life that is radically beyond today's widely expected and accepted life experience. We'll do all of this with practical mental training that will help you to elevate yourself to your next level. As you read through this book and take massive action, it will help you to reprogram and recode yourself to a higher understanding. Get rid of the default programs clogging up your mind and wake you up to the true and better version of yourself. The one who moves through life and through work the way you always meant to, effortlessly, consistent in performance and free of stress. Now download the Quality Mind app. Before listening any further, it's time for you to pick up your mobile phone and download the app to your iOS or Android device. Simply head into the App Store or Google Play Store, search for Quality Mind Global, and you'll be on your way. It's free, or you can upgrade to the premium level. Quality Mind is a proven system that reprograms and transforms participants' lives for the better by improving their mental sharpness, health, wealth, and relationships. The program is highly interactive, and you'll find that the app is the best friend you could have along this journey to living a happier, healthier, and more successful life if that's what you want. This book was written to be used alongside and in unison with the mobile phone app. This book will put you on the right path, while the app will keep you accountable to the learning as well as grounded and connected to the Quality Mind community along the way. I will add that the activities and theories outlined in this book are based on many years of research and practical trial and error that I've personally undertaken whilst working with hundreds of clients. Through this process, it's become abundantly clear that this program really works, and you will read numerous client case studies that'll attest to this. I'm tabling my ideas for you to trial yourself should you choose to do so. The whole concept of this book is about choices and decisions, and how making the right choices will lead to a happier, healthier, wealthier, stress-free life. You don't have to believe in the soul to benefit from this book. Just keep an open mind and it will change your life for the better. Key areas of the app. Each of these terms will be explored in more depth later in the book. However, since you'll see them right away in the app, we'll go ahead and give you a cheat sheet. Thought shopping. This is the most frequently used tool in the app, and it will keep you aware of where your thoughts and feelings are throughout the day. When you notice you're in a negative thought space, you can use this tool to disrupt the loop, which will instantly get your mind and body back into a positive frame. Bubble popping. Limiting beliefs and everyday obstacles are a fact of life, but they don't have to be. Bubble popping is a self-coaching tool that allows you to remove harmful, deeper challenges that are holding you back, and then supports you as you process and dissolve them. Remember the thought bubbles above the heads of our most loved comic book characters growing up? Well, your thoughts are in a bubble much like that. You work through the questions, and then you pop it to eliminate the issue. It's very satisfying. Meditation and relaxation. Meditation is a form of deep relaxation that enables you to stay in the moment and connect to your innate awareness. The cool thing about the app is that it comes loaded with hundreds of guided, non-guided, and walking meditations of various lengths, with different areas of focus, from beginners through to advanced. From those that promote deep sleep and pain relief to post-performance routine to unleashing your creativity. It also offers ambient lounge music and science-based music with binaural beats, also known as sound wave therapy, offering multiple frequency levels to cater for every situation and mood. We're adding more all the time from experts around the world. My journal. A journey is often most appreciated and most productive when we utilize a dedicated space to share our thoughts and reflections. This introspective space in the app encourages you to tell your story and share your discoveries with yourself. Body balance. Moving your body is a great way to elevate your mental state, and when we have a dedicated place to record daily physical activity, it helps with motivation and accountability. From walking to high intensity, interval training, to yoga to team sports, it all counts. This is also a place where you can keep a food journal. Reminders and notifications. If you want to change your life, all you need to do, quite simply, is change your behaviours. In this section, you'll be able to program your daily reminders, alerting you that it's time to activate and reprogram your mind. Initially, we recommend hourly reminders for optimal change, and this is always our default setting. You do have the ability to adjust this, however, to the intervals that best suit you. Now that you've downloaded the app, registered your account, and acquainted yourself with its key areas, you're ready to proceed. Why is it so hard to change? Most of us have heard the saying, "Give me a child until it's 7 and I'll show you a man." This is because the program period for a human being occurs up to the age of 7, and 95% of your life after that will be whatever was programmed into you in those crucially formative years. After the age of 7, 95% of your life is coming from the subconscious, and your life plays out as a printout of your subconscious behaviours. You watch your parents, you watch your siblings, you watch your community in order to learn the many hundreds of rules to survive, to communicate, and to fit in. You learn that there are steadfast rules to which you must adhere in order to become a functional member of a family and a functional member of a community. For those first 7 years, children just instinctively and unconsciously observe and download everything in their environment. And then from 7 onwards, 95% of our life becomes from the programs in the subconscious. Every day, only about 5% of our thinking is conscious and coming from our creative mind. The remaining process is subconscious, and unfortunately, that subconscious programming is never all positive. The reality is that 70% or more of all our thoughts are negative and unnecessary, and thoughts, both positive and negative, shape and influence our lives, our minds, and our physical biology every day. Consider you have an illness and the doctor prescribes you a miracle pill that he assures will cure you swiftly. You take the pill and you get better, only to find out later that the pill was a placebo. You didn't get healed by the pill, you got healed by the belief in the pill. It's a placebo effect, and that's where the healing comes from. The belief and the positivity that it will work. So, what about negative thinking? It's equally powerful and it can affect your biology in the same way as positive thinking, but it works in the opposite direction. A negative thought that relates to one's health, either treatment or prognosis, is called the nocebo effect, and it can make you sick or even evoke death. Our thoughts really are that powerful. I think we can all appreciate that negative thinking can manifest negative life experiences on some level, and yet our negative thoughts still so often consume us due to the way we have been programmed. The good news is we can reprogram ourselves, but first we have to recognise and accept that 95% of our behaviour is coming from our subconscious. The things you like that come into your life come in because you have an inner program that supports them. But anything you struggle with or have to work really hard at is probably that way because you have an inner program that doesn't support that conclusion. And you're trying desperately and often unsuccessfully to override that inner program. Now, you don't need to delve too deeply to identify the negative programming in your subconscious. You just look at your life and ask, where am I struggling? And those areas you identify will inevitably direct you to a program in your subconscious that does not support the destination you've been journeying towards. Once you've identified that negative program, it's time to consciously eradicate it. The conscious mind is creative, and it can learn in any number of ways. Read a self-help book, go to a lecture, listen to a podcast, and your conscious mind is going to gain some awareness. The problem is, the subconscious doesn't learn that way. The subconscious mind only learns in these two fundamental ways: repetition and practice. You didn't learn how to drive a car by just sitting in the driver's seat and putting the key in the ignition. You had to practice driving the car. And you didn't learn the alphabet the first or second time you heard it either. But once you learn it, you never forgot. You want to train the subconscious mind in that same way. I'm sure you've heard the phrase, fake it till you make it. If you're not a happy person and you want to be a happy person, then you need to tell yourself you're happy. And repeat that all the time. I'm happy, I'm happy, I'm happy. Through repetition, you're talking to the subconscious. And if the subconscious gets that you're happy and 95% of your life comes from that subconscious, there'll come a point once the subconscious gets that you won't have to say it again. You're just happy. Through repetition, we create a habit. And you've got to do something religiously in the sense of repeating it to make it work. The subconscious mind is habitual, and habit can only be created in two ways: via repetition and practice, and via hypnosis. Hypnosis can be another effective way of reprogramming our subconscious mind. When you drop off to sleep at night, your mind drops down to theta, which is the same brain function as in the child's first 7 years. So if you put a pair of earphones in at night with a program of what you would like to be true in your life, as soon as your conscious mind disconnects, that program is already playing. It's not playing into your conscious mind, that's shut off. It's now going straight into the subconscious mind. This is called auto-hypnosis. The conscious mind is either focused on a task or it's off thinking about random things. The relevance here is that when the conscious mind is in the front seat and focused, you are in absolute control. The moment your conscious mind takes off into a thought or starts wandering, however, it lets go of the wheel, the autopilot takes over, and you're suddenly being run by the subconscious. Your conscious mind is all about wishes and desires, whereas your subconscious mind is a program. So, what if you took your wishes and desires and made these new programs? Then guess what? You don't even have to think about it. You will automatically, for 95% of the day, be manifesting those wishes and desires. In closing, knowledge is power and lack of knowledge is a lack of power. We've been deprived of the knowledge of who we really are because of the way in which we've been programmed. But if you don't like the program and you don't like the way things are working out for you, you now know you can reprogram it. And that's exactly why I built the Quality Mind app. So you can get the things you want in life and eradicate the things that you don't. It's all about reprogramming. It really is that simple and that powerful. Introduction. Are you striving to take your life to the next level of success and fulfillment without pressure, worry or fear? If so, this book is for you. Whether you're a CEO, a business leader, an employee or a parent, Stress-Free, How to Thrive Under Pressure in Unprecedented Times can help you become a better version of you. We're all faced with some level of pressure every day. It's an inevitable part of life. The personal activation system is for everyday people who are required to manage a consistent flow of pressure but aren't doing so to the best of their ability. The inability to manage pressure disrupts your health, your wealth, your relationships, your happiness, and every other aspect of your life. This program is designed to provide maximum benefit for anyone wanting to improve their life, unlock their inner superpowers, and achieve new and unprecedented levels of energy and excitement. If you sense this invisible but very real gap between how you're performing and how you want to perform, either at work or in life, this book will help you, providing you follow the step-by-step system. And it's not just for the individual, entire organisations can team up and go on the journey together. Now that you've got this self-directed personal activation system in your hands and the app on your smartphone, you're ready to get started. The first step towards a stress-free mind is becoming aware of the control you have over your mind. The truth is that in many ways our minds are like puppies. Everyone loves a puppy. They're adorable. And we watch entirely too many videos of them on YouTube. When you first bring a puppy home, you welcome it into the house and let it run wild. It's fine at first. So cute. No problem. Within a day or two, however, the house stinks and the furniture's been ripped apart because the new dog doesn't know how to act or where to do its business. This is basically what happens with our minds. Without adequate training, the mind just races around in so many unproductive directions, making a mess, never getting anything done. Given that each day's thoughts are 90% repetitive of the thoughts we had in the days before, it's no surprise that we lose critical energy and focus from circular, self-defeating thought patterns. So how do we change that? The same way we get the puppy to change, through training. When the dog's running amok and making a mess, you leash the dog, put it in its own space and clean your house up. Then you bring the dog back inside to play when it's appropriate. The puppy grows into an obedient dog who adds value to the household. By the same token, your undisciplined mind grows into a purposeful mind, and that mind is in full control of itself. You step into the coach's box and you become the coach of your own life. The best coaches are watching the game from the outside in, and you'll become that coach. You'll be a spectator of your own mind, allowing you to see things with clarity and from a more controlled and analytical perspective. Unfortunately, as many of us are now understanding and appreciating, when we succumb to life's pressures and the mind is not firing well or with clarity, the synchronized body may ultimately reflect this stress, resulting in low energy, weakened immunity, ailments, physical or mental illness, or even disease. The body is led by the mind. Now let's explore this further. The world today, 4 in 100,000. Statistics tell us that there probably isn't a family on the planet unaffected by mental illness. Depression and anxiety are everywhere, but so many people suffer in silence. That's partly because these conditions can be difficult to speak about, but also because care can be hard to access. In half of the countries in the world today, there are fewer than 4 mental health workers for every 100,000 people. Imagine the biggest football stadium ever seen, and there's a single person standing on that centre spot responsible for the care of every single one of those people watching the game. Well, that's the reality of half of us. This isn't just a problem in developing nations either, with suicide remaining the leading cause of death for young people in most developed countries. It's clear that we need better options that can be made available to more people. So we have 2 key challenges: finding new ways to give people access to treatments, and then ensuring the treatments we give people access to are effective and lasting. Drug-based treatments, talking therapy, or psychotherapy are a form of treatment that work for many people. What we offer is an effective alternate to these mainstream treatment options, and our aim is to eradicate the root cause of stress, burnout, and breakdown, which can manifest physically and mentally in so many damaging ways. What is stress? Stress is how the brain and body respond to demand. Any type of perceived challenge, such as performance at work, a significant life change, or a traumatic event, can be stressful. Everyone experiences stress from time to time, and there are different types of stress, all of which carry physical and mental health risks. Stress is generally triggered by a stressor, which is something that causes a state or strain or tension for an individual. A stressor or a stress trigger may be a one-time or short-term occurrence, or it can happen repeatedly over a long period. Some people may cope with stress more effectively and recover from stressful events more quickly than others. Stress can cause or influence the course of many medical conditions, including psychological conditions such as depression and anxiety. Stress slows normal bodily functions, such as the digestive and immune systems, so that all resources can be then concentrated on rapid breathing, blood flow, alertness, and muscle use. Stress is the body's natural defense against predators and danger. It flourishes the body with hormones to prepare systems to evade or confront danger. This is known as the fight or flight mechanism. The body changes in the following ways during stress. Blood pressure and pulse rate rise. Breathing is faster. The digestive system slows down. Immune activity decreases. The muscles become tense. A heightened state of alertness prevents sleep. How we react to a difficult situation will affect how stress affects us and our health. Persistently negative response to challenges can have a detrimental effect on health and happiness. Ongoing chronic stress can cause or exacerbate many serious health problems, including mental health problems such as depression, anxiety, and personality disorders, cardiovascular disease, including heart disease, high blood pressure, abnormal heart rhythms, heart attacks, stroke, poor healing, and irritable bowel syndrome. However, being aware of how you react to stresses and learning how to effectively manage them will help reduce the negative feeling and effects of stress. More about this shortly. The 5 main areas where we break down. The key to being stress-free is continuously becoming self-aware and being able to self-regulate throughout each day. When you become stressed, worried, or fearful of what's happening in the past, what may or may not happen in the future, or what others may think of you, you lose the momentum of life. You get out of alignment with your true potential and you lose touch with your true self. This is where you will run into trouble and possibly manifest a physical or mental breakdown, and here are the 5 main triggers. Number 1, not unconditionally excited about life. If you are not exactly excited and wholeheartedly invested in the opportunities that life or your hard work have offered you, or if you are only seeing the benefits and the personal gains that come with your job or your lifestyle, then you are putting yourself in jeopardy. This is when breakdowns, either mental or physical, can and most likely will occur. The opposite of excitement is carrying elements of fear, as mentioned above. And in order to follow your highest excitement, you must first identify and understand your purpose or your why in life. If you live by your purpose, e.g., to inspire others, to demonstrate your skills on the big stage, to be an influencer of the community, or simply to help or make other people happy, then the stars will align and you will achieve success. As soon as you lose the love for what you're doing and pursuing in life, it will lose its love for you. If you no longer love your job, you'll find yourself struggling to shine at work. If you no longer love being a stay-at-home parent, you'll find your kids are becoming more wayward and are harder to wrangle. If you're not feeling the love, then read on, and this book will show you how to turn that around. Number 2, not 100% focused on what's truly important. When you're not 100% focused on your direction of success, that lack of focus can cause a mental or physical breakdown and will lead to inconsistencies in performance. Where your focus goes, your energy flows. There are 1,000 things you could be distracted by. Perhaps you've got a new partner, or retirement is fast approaching. Maybe you've just had a baby, or there's a business opportunity you're thinking about, or outside commitments are consuming your focus. Or maybe you're always blaming others when you're not being recognized for your achievements. Whatever the distraction, if you're not 100% focused on maximizing your talent, you could find yourself being overlooked. That's not something you can blame on your boss, your people, or your organization. Think about what's changed here. It's most likely your mindset, your excitement levels, and your focus. It's all you, and you need to own that in order to address it and resolve it. Number 3, lacking self-worth. If you have low feelings of self-worth and regularly beat yourself up, you are heading for a downward spiral. Constantly judging yourself and putting yourself down undermines your entire self and identity. How can you reach your dreams and achieve your goals when you fundamentally believe that you don't deserve them? This sort of thinking will take you further and further away from success and fulfillment. And as your inner feelings of worthlessness affect your daily performance, the heavy path of negativity will become inevitable and unavoidable. If you lack self-worth and you don't believe in yourself, you won't be able to reach peak performance and fire consistently at your top level. You need a reliable process to recognize how to clean out your mental filters of everyday junk, get in flow with your life, and become receptive to life's bounty, which includes reaching and realizing your dreams and creating your own reality. The stress-free process gives you the tools and awareness to define and illuminate these areas in your life so that you can consistently work, live, and thrive at your very best. Number 4, harboring repeating fears. If you have any element of man-made fear representing inside of you, that fear is going to manifest in your reality and you run a big risk of breaking down on some level. This includes fear of the future. Are you going to achieve your KPIs next month at work? Or fear of the past. Are you going to make the same mistakes again? It could be a fear of success and all the expectations that come with it, or fear of not being successful and never embodying your potential, or fear of being found out. These are just a few examples, and fear tends to spiral and gain momentum. The more you fear, the more you fear. Number 5, not listening to and respecting your body. The connection between mental and physical health is undeniable, and poor mental health and chronic physical conditions may often go hand in hand. It's a chicken-egg-like scenario, and the two should not be thought as separate. Our body truly is our temple, and nothing beats the intuition we experience when we are in complete balance and alignment with our bodies, thus promoting mental alignment and overall harmony. There's a reason people overeat, reach for junk food, or abuse drugs and alcohol when their mind is out of alignment or they are experiencing mental distress. Just as there is a reason people who exercise and meditate experience greater personal balance and are less likely tempted to make poor choices when it comes to what they consume. The mind and the body are intrinsically linked, and once you address your mental concerns, your physical concerns will naturally be addressed in unison. When our minds are in perfect coherence, we easily recognize and acknowledge the inner alarm bells in the body. We understand when we need to treat our bodies with greater care, and our usual unhealthy habits, cravings, and temptations begin to naturally wane. The stress-free process offers a solution to this and to all 5 key concerns. I'm now ready to spill our secrets. So are you ready to get everything you've ever wanted from work and life? When the pressure goes on, the body or mind can break down. When I was a young football player, I was regularly featured in the best players list in my competition. And I was always that kid who was possibly going to be drafted by an elite team. Even at the age of 12, the local newspaper wrote me up as one to watch. But then, when I finally got there, I didn't have the adequate mental foundation needed to consistently succeed. I'd always been one of the best in my league, but I didn't have a great attitude or work ethic because I had always achieved what I needed to without discipline. Plus, I wasn't 100% committed to my future, and my mind was like an untrained puppy. Through my adolescent years, I dealt with bouts of anxiety and difficult life situations, mainly through my decision making. At the age of 18, my parents separated, as I said, which added additional pressure to my life. I broke my thumb, I had ongoing back issues that fed into my hamstring injuries and related pain. I also used to break my ribs a lot. It was a really difficult time. For so many of us, the pressure goes on, and then the mind starts to crack. Then the body follows suit. It's usually a predictable and cyclical process, and it's difficult to halt. If you're feeling a lack of self-worth, are experiencing low confidence, or afraid of making mistakes, then the body will hear the constant negativity that flows through your mind and shut down to pull you out of that extreme situation. The mind's role is to keep you safe. More on this soon. Many of us become trapped in our own minds and can feel our excitement levels decreasing, which means we're not performing on natural flow energy anymore. You are now performing from a place of fear, which drains your energy and gets you worried about the future or the past. This eliminates your now factor, and you're suddenly living and working while constantly thinking, worrying, thinking. You are not in the moment, and therefore you are out of flow, living in an exhaustive and mentally draining state. When you see someone whose mood and performance are inconsistent and are continuously going up and down, it's generally because there is no continuity of the mind. The excitement is wavering, the pressure is on, and fears are cementing. It's an inevitable cycle that leaves you feeling low, tired, and out of sync. And what I've learned is that the cycle can't be broken without the right tools. We are facing a global crisis when it comes to the mental health of our citizens, and our current health system is unable to overcome the ever-increasing needs of these people, with 1 in 7 globally now suffering from one or more mental or substance abuse disorders. People are so often unable to handle the pressures of life because their minds haven't been built with a strong foundation, which needs to flow back to our educational system and our leaders. We're just not adequately educated or equipped these days, both here in Australia and globally. Catching the thought patterns that contribute to the negative cycle and subsequent decline in mental and physical health is crucial, but it is not something most medical practitioners are currently able to recognise. This is where the app comes in. It allows us to identify when the "this needs service" light goes on in our mind, and it allows us to swiftly and effectively address it, providing you use the app multiple times a day with complete honesty. The 5 steps of creating a stress-free life. Step 1. Evaluate. Where are you now? Where do you want to be? Step 2. Retrain. Discovering another way. Step 3. Clean. Making room for the new. Step 4. Dream. Creating the new you. And step 5. Live. Become the new you. We live in the age of information, and most of us now have access to the world and all its knowledge thanks to technology, which has closed the proverbial information gap. In the past, the lion's share of knowledge was in the hands of those in authoritarian roles or those with money and power, and there was a separation between those people and the masses. Today, however, even the teachings from ancient philosophies are now widely available and accepted. And with the answers to just about everything at our fingertips, people are becoming more knowledgeable and more informed. With this new access to information and knowledge, we are experiencing With this new access to information and knowledge, we are experiencing an increase in awareness, and awareness is consciousness. So, we are now seeing a strong, fundamental change in the way people are interacting in their environment and in the world. Quite simply, people are waking up. What was considered cutting edge just a few years ago may now be considered obsolete or will already have been superseded. We see examples of this every day. For instance, just look at your parents' mobile phones. They're just so 2017. The world today is moving far more rapidly than ever before because of technology. And, in turn, everybody's gaining information at speeds we've never seen before. Consequently, we are now seeing the economy, politics, religious models, medical models, the environment, and education all showing consistent cracks because the old models can't sustain themselves in these rapidly changing and evolving times. People are beginning to realise that it's not enough just to know, and that this is the time in history to know how. If I look back to 10 years ago when I was selling and teaching meditation to government departments and corporate businesses, I was seen as somewhat of a tree hugger. It was such a tough sell back then, and even once we were in, it was almost impossible to get our clients to immerse themselves in our program. They simply didn't understand or accept the concept of meditation and its benefits, and it was considered too left field for most people to embrace it. Thankfully today, things are very different. Meditation went from hippie to hobby, and today it's now recognised as a critical factor in many organisations globally. There is still a general resistance to people really working deeply on themselves. However, this is changing as technology evolves and open discussions about mental health become more commonplace. In fact, in my opinion, it will soon become recognised as both cool and critical to shed your mental garbage, as this will start with our leaders and filter down. Leaders today require more than just knowledge and experience, and soon they will be required to gain higher levels of self-awareness and demonstrate authentic levels of inner intelligence. As we progress, I will unveil my 7 levels of leadership for the new world. When our leaders show how connected they are to their true selves, we will then see a paradigm shift in consciousness, and this really excites me. What I am seeing today is more and more people with the desire to invest in learning how to apply their growth areas, advance their behaviours and self-awareness, and do something differently. There is a deep inner yearning emerging for many, and this yearning creates the need for new experiences. One of the wonderful things about new experiences is that they enrich the circuitry in the brain. And as a side effect of this change in circuitry, we begin to experience happiness and light. If you provide people with new opportunities to connect with and advance themselves, and you apply the science in a way that is easy to understand and repeat on a regular basis, then you're really getting somewhere. In the case of Quality Mind, we help people to reprogram their minds and bodies via the repetitive use of our very simple and effective mobile phone app. Over time, you will neurochemically recondition your mind, your body and soul to work as one. And once you reach that point, it starts to become a state of being. People then go from defaulting to their overthinking child mind to utilizing their mastermind, which is life-changing. I watch people go from knowledge to experience to the incredible 2.0 version of themselves when this takes place. From mind to body to soul, from thinking to doing to being, from acting to becoming, from applying with practice to then knowing by heart. Then the personal advances and changes take full effect. Once you begin to think differently, you feel differently, and then you do differently. And that quite literally alters what's happening in your nervous system, in your circulatory system, and in your entire body. I've personally witnessed clients heal themselves of cancer. We've seen clients throw away their anxiety medications in just a few weeks. The information alone, however, is not enough. We want you to close the gap between knowledge and experience and take meaningful, authentic, accountable daily action. This is why I've designed the stress-free process around the elements of neuroscience, positive psychology, heart math technology, NLP, and ancient philosophies. Our 5-stage process is focused on achieving maximum change in the shortest amount of time possible. Step 1. Evaluate. The first step on your stress-free journey is to become conscious of your mind's command of reality and to expand that consciousness, a process that puts you into the flow of life so that life flows to you. You no longer need to chase it because chasing it is the slower alternative. Instead, as your intellect and consciousness embrace your intuition, you become a happier person. One who charges towards your highest excitement with enthusiasm, pleasure, and enjoyment. Ultimately, most people in the world today either forget or don't know what their highest excitement is. Instead, getting locked into these self-protective rituals of behaviour that keep their lives sheltered and small. They do their jobs without joy, engage in the same thoughts and behaviours day after day, and anaesthetise themselves with empty pleasures and often medication. When this happens, they are fundamentally out of alignment with their true north and why they are here on the planet. They can't hear themselves, the master of their own destiny, over the child mind keeping them sheltered and safe. Being this out of sync with yourself can create anxiety, depression, illness, or hardship in other areas of life, such as in your performance at work, your personal and professional relationships, your relationship with yourself, and your overall levels of happiness and fulfillment. Take anxiety, for example. Anxiety is rooted in fear, which has become an evolutionary useful feeling for the human species. But we're no longer wrestling our very survival from the teeth of Mother Nature in the 21st century. And once you're a competent adult, fear has no place in your daily life. Yet anxiety disorders affect hundreds of millions worldwide. Chronic anxiety fractures your concentration and can cause heart palpitations, extreme fatigue, and high blood pressure, and that's just for starters. The body is led by the mind, and nothing will enable peak performance if your head isn't in the right place. The first step of this stress-free process is to evaluate yourself mentally, emotionally, and spiritually. Having coached hundreds of people over the years, I've found that if people have 9 fundamental areas in balance, they're far more likely to be thriving. This activity requires you to take an utterly honest and unflinching look at yourself. It helps to first understand where you're at in order to go on and conquer, so benchmarking is a critical part of our process. We're not just giving you platitudes and hoping for change, we're analysing you from a structured point of view so you can get back on track to condition your mind and build the life you want. To get the most out of this, please set aside 3 minutes and walk through the questions on the QM website, www.qualitymindglobal.com, under Get Your Free Life Scorecard today. It's fast and simple. Don't think too hard about any of your responses either. Just go with your honest gut feeling. Once you've accomplished this, you'll receive your own scorecard, and there's only 9 quick multiple choice questions that you need to answer. If you don't have internet, below is an example of the scorecard questions. On a scale of 1 to 10, from poor to excellent, please respond to the following statements. We start with the body section of the QM scorecard. Number 1, sleeping patterns. What are your quality and quantity of sleep like? Number 2, diet. Are you eating a nutritious diet and hydrating well? Number 3, physical fitness. How physically fit are you? Next, we move to the mind. Again, score yourself on a scale of 1 to 10. Number 4, language. What is your inner language like? Are you beating yourself up or building yourself up mentally? From the minute you wake in the morning to putting your head on the pillow at night, how many hours of the day are you speaking highly of yourself? Number 5, now. How much of your day are you spending in the present moment really conscious of what you're doing now versus thinking about the past or the future? Number 6, letting go. How quickly do you let go and forgive yourself and others? Do you stew on things and hold grudges, or do you always forego resentment and forgive quickly? Next, we're looking into the soul, or that piece of yourself that you can call your mastermind, if you like. Your scorecard from 1 to 10. Number 7, self-love. How much do you really, truly love being you? Number 8, how excited are you about life? For what's coming, for what you have, for living each day like it's your last? Number 9, how aware do you feel of something bigger than yourself? How connected do you feel to your innate wisdom? Once you've finished rating yourself, print off your scorecard and file it, as you'll need it again soon. This exercise may or may not have made you uncomfortable as you began confronting truths about your life and your mind that aren't necessarily what you'd like them to be. That's good. It means you're waking up and truly taking stock, and this will drive the change in you once we give you the tools to achieve a stress-free mind. Once you've completed your scorecard, it's very easy for you to visualize the areas of your life where work is required in order for you to become stress-free and perform at your best consistently. Please look at the scorecard like looking down at an artery in your body. If your connected lines are tight to the center, then your energy and blood flow are restricted, and that's bad for your life. You've got to clean it out so your artery is wide open and flowing with ease. When you're in flow, you're racing toward everything you've ever wanted and life flows to you as opposed to you chasing life, which can often be futile. The 9 questions that you're asked are all focused on tapping into the intelligence of the heart, which in turn will provide you with more energy in every aspect of your life. When your self-talk is always loving, when you feel grateful and live as often as possible in the now, when you consistently forgive yourself and others, when you truly respect yourself with a sense of love for yourself, when you are following your highest excitement as often as possible, when you are aware and connected to your innate intuition, you're more likely to sleep and eat better as your focus naturally shifts towards your physical and mental health and well-being. Intelligent energy management and the heart. One of the most important steps in being able to prevent burnout and increase resilience is to expand our awareness and identify unnecessary energy expenditures. Resilience, optimal performance, fulfillment, and health are grounded in our intelligent management of energy expenditures and our ability to renew energy. Depleting your energy. Emotions such as fear, frustration, impatience, and anger evoke a toxic feeling and cause the release of stress hormones. These emotions are driven by the head rather than the heart. This often results in reduced muscle mass, brain cell death, impaired memory, accelerated aging, impaired mental function, diminished performance. Renewing your energy. Emotions and attitudes such as care, courage, tolerance, and appreciation are heart-driven and create neurochemicals that regenerate your system and offset energy drain, resulting in increased longevity, increased resilience to adversity, improved memory, improved problem solving, increased intuition and creativity, improved job performance and achievement. Reaching the next level of performance and fulfillment depends upon your ability to regulate emotions and manage stress. There's no question that those who combine mental and emotional training with some level of physical activity have a competitive advantage and are better equipped to enter the peak performance zone more consistently at work and in life. Thoughts and emotions have a profound effect on the heart's rhythm, and this rhythm impacts performance. Under pressure, stressful thoughts and emotions cause the heart's rhythm to become irregular and jagged. This incoherent pattern inhibits brain function, diminishes the visual field, reduces reaction speed, and impairs decision-making. Conversely, a positive mental and emotional state, not unlike being in the zone, creates a smooth, wave-like, coherent pattern that facilitates brain function and improves mental focus and physical coordination. New scientific research shows the human heart is much more than an efficient pump that sustains life. Research suggests that the heart is also an access point to a source of wisdom and intelligence that we can call upon to live our lives with more balance, greater creativity, and enhanced intuitive capabilities. All of these are important for increasing personal effectiveness, improving health and relationships, and achieving greater fulfillment. The intelligent heart. The following few pages provide a deep dive into modern-day science. This information provides further proof and academic validation that what we are offering in this book is more than just a hunch or an opinion. It's fact. It's modern science, and it's necessary for us to share. In saying that, it is science nonetheless, so if it's too much for your brain to decipher, feel free to skip through. Many of the changes in bodily function that occur during the coherent state revolve around changes in the heart's pattern of activity. While the heart is certainly a remarkable pump, interestingly, it is only relatively recently in the course of human history, in the past 3 centuries or so, that the heart's function has been defined by Western scientific thought as only that of pumping blood. Historically, in almost every culture around the world, the heart was ascribed a far more multifaceted role in the human system, regarded as a source of wisdom, spiritual insight, thought and emotion. Intriguingly, scientific research over the past several decades has begun to provide evidence that many of these long-surviving associations may well be more than simply metaphorical. These developments have led science to once again revise and expand its understanding of the heart and the role of this amazing organ. In the new field of neurocardiology, for example, scientists have discovered that the heart possesses its own intrinsic nervous system, a network of nerves so functionally sophisticated as to earn the description of a heart-brain. Containing over 40,000 neurons, this little brain gives the heart the ability to independently sense, process information, make decisions, and even demonstrate a type of learning and memory. In essence, it appears that the heart is truly an intelligent system. Research has also revealed that the heart is a hormonal gland, manufacturing and secreting numerous hormones and neurotransmitters that profoundly affect brain and body function. Among the hormones the heart produces are oxytocin, well known as the love or bonding hormone. Science has only begun to understand the effects of the electromagnetic fields produced by the heart, but there is evidence that the information contained in the heart's powerful field may play a vital synchronizing role in the human body, and that it may affect others around us as well. Research has also shown that the heart is a key component of the emotional system. Scientists now understand that the heart not only responds to emotion, but that the signals generated by its rhythmic activity actually play a major part in determining of the quality of our emotional experience from moment to moment. As described next, these heart signals also profoundly impact perception and cognitive function by virtue of the heart's extensive communication network with the brain. Finally, rigorous electropsychological studies conducted at the HeartMath Institute have even indicated that the heart appears to play a key role in intuition. Although there is much yet to be understood, it appears that the age-old association of the heart with thought, feeling, and insight may indeed have a basis in science. The heart has been considered a source of emotion, courage, and wisdom for centuries. For more than 25 years, the HeartMath Institute Research Centre has explored the psychological mechanisms by which the heart and brain communicate and how the activity of the heart influences our perceptions, emotions, intuition, and health. Early on in their research, they asked, among many other questions, why people experience the feeling or sensation of love and other regenerative emotions as well as heartache in the physical area of the heart. In the early 1990s, they were among the first to conduct research that not only looked at how stressful emotions affect activity in the autonomic nervous system, the ANS, and the hormonal and immune systems, but also at the effects of emotions such as appreciation, compassion, and care. It became clear that stressful or depleting emotions such as frustration and overwhelming emotions lead to increased disorder in the higher level brain centers and the autonomic nervous system. These are reflected in the heart rhythms and adversely affect the functioning of virtually all bodily systems. This eventually led to a much deeper understanding of the neural and other communication pathways between the heart and the brain. They also observed that the heart acted as though it had a mind of its own and could significantly influence the way we perceive and respond in our daily interactions. In essence, it appeared that the heart could affect our awareness, perceptions, and intelligence. Numerous studies have since shown that the heart coherence is an optimal psychological state associated with increased cognitive function, self-regulatory capacity, emotional stability, and resilience. The heart-brain connection. Most of us have been taught in school that the heart is constantly responding to orders sent by the brain in the form of neural signals. However, it is not as commonly known that in fetal development, the heart forms and begins beating before the brain begins to develop. The heart can continue to function without any connection to a functioning brain. The heart sends more communication to the brain than the brain sends to the heart. Moreover, these heart signals have a significant effect on brain function, influencing emotional processing as well as higher cognitive faculties such as attention, perception, memory, and problem solving. In other words, not only does the heart respond to the brain, but the brain continuously responds to the heart. The effect of heart activity on brain function has been researched extensively over the past 40 years. Earlier studies mainly examined the effects of heart activity occurring on a very short timescale, over several consecutive heartbeats at a maximum. Scientists have extended this body of scientific research by looking at how large-scale patterns of heart activity affects the brain's functioning. Their research has demonstrated that different patterns of heart activity, which accompany different emotional states, have distinct effects on cognitive and emotional function. During stress and negative emotions, when the heart rhythm pattern is erratic and disordered, the corresponding pattern of neural signals travelling from the heart to the brain inhibits higher cognitive functions. This limits our ability to think clearly. Remember, learn, reason, and make effective decisions. This helps explain why we may act impulsively and unwisely when we're under stress. The heart's input to the brain during stressful or negative emotions also has a profound effect on the brain's emotional processes, serving to reinforce the emotional experience of stress. In contrast, the more ordered and stable pattern of the heart's input to the brain during positive emotional states has the opposite effect. It facilitates cognitive function and reinforces positive feelings and emotional stability. This means that learning to generate increased heart rhythm coherence by sustaining positive emotions not only benefits the entire body but also profoundly affects how we perceive, think, feel, and perform. The autonomic nervous system, the ANS, regulates 90% of the body's internal processes, including breathing, heart rate, digestion, immune system, important aspects of the hormonal system, alertness, and sleep. The ANS has two branches which both connect to the heart: parasympathetic and the sympathetic. When these are out of sync with each other, it can be likened to driving a car with one foot on the gas pedal, the sympathetic nervous system, and the other on the brake, the parasympathetic nervous system, at the same time. This creates a jerky ride, burns more gas, and isn't great for your car either. Likewise, the incoherent patterns of psychological activity associated with stressful emotions can cause our body to operate ineffectively, deplete your energy, and produce extra wear and tear on our whole system. This is especially true if stress and negative emotions are prolonged or experienced often. In contrast, positive, renewing emotions send a very different signal throughout our body. When we experience uplifting feelings such as appreciation, joy, care, and love, our heart rhythm pattern becomes highly ordered, looking like a smooth, harmonious wave. This is called a coherent heart rhythm pattern. When we are generating a coherent heart rhythm, the activity in the two branches of the ANS is synchronized and the body's system operate with increased efficiency and harmony. It's no wonder that positive emotions feel so good. They actually help your body's system synchronize and work better. Coherence, a state of peak performance. Research has shown that generating sustained positive emotions facilitates a body-wide shift to a specific, scientifically measurable state. This state is termed psychological coherence because it is characterized by increased order and harmony in both our psychological, mental and emotional, and physiological, bodily processes. The psychophysiological coherence is a state of optimal function. Research shows that when we activate this state, our psychological systems function more efficiently, we experience greater emotional stability, and we also have increased mental clarity and improved cognitive function. Simply stated, our body and brain work better, we feel better, and we perform better. These are just a few of the benefits of being heart-focused. Maximum concentration, focus, and mental clarity even under pressure. Improved motor coordination and reaction time speeds, reduced muscle tremors or the yips. Perceptual clarity for better decision making. Team coherence, increased intuitive synchronization with others. Self-regulation of fear, performance anxiety, worry, and frustration. In summary, the one with the most energy wins the race. And we've discovered that we all have the ability to tap into new reservoirs of energy from within via the heart. We actually have superpowers in the form of energy that lie dormant within the human structure. We've all seen examples of this as when someone is trapped in or under a car after an accident and their rescuer somehow manages to lift an entire car with no understanding afterwards on how on earth they were able to do it. This super energy cannot be just called upon. It's pure heart at work and will only emerge when you are pure heart and when you are 100% in the moment. More on this ahead. What do you seriously want? Once you have completed a clear evaluation of yourself, it's time to start thinking deeply about what you truly want from your life, imagining that nothing is in your way whatsoever. This is something that you should get very, very clear on. If you're not dedicated to giving yourself an honest review, being straight about what your dreams are and then fully committing to them, then there's nothing to work with. If you can't see it, you're unlikely to create it. The body is subject to everything we're thinking and feeling because we're always creating. If there's excitement in life and a big carrot to chase, and then there's enthusiasm towards where we're going, high levels of motivation and a surplus of energy. We will cover this in more detail soon to ensure you develop a super clear vision of what you're about to achieve. The evaluation stage of our process is identifying and understanding the past as well as how it continues to impact you today, so that we can get rid of and get clear on where you are right now, get you clearly focused on and excited for the future, and drive up your excitement for what you can achieve. Along the way, your use of the app will highlight when you're having a tough time and when you're flying. In fact, that's how the app was born. I'd be meeting with a client and I'd ask how their week had been. The response would be, Tuesday, I just felt flat, exhausted. And Wednesday, I felt really stressed and overwhelmed. But when I'd ask what happened or what they were thinking to trigger those feelings, the answer was always the same, I don't remember. That drove the app's development because that information is most crucial. If you can't identify the triggers that promote certain feelings and emotions, then you can't begin to address them. With the app, I can now go in on a Tuesday and I can see at 2 p.m. my client had a meeting with an executive team that didn't go well, or maybe they had a fight with their partner. It also gives me the opportunity to reach out in real time with a reminder to move into their mastermind. More on the master shortly. If someone doesn't want to truly evaluate themselves and start rebuilding their mind, we will know that rather quickly, thanks to the powerful app, because you need to use the app every day to create new habits and to transform into the new you. The app is a powerful activation tool that helps create the next and best version of you, which involves expanding your consciousness and improving your health, happiness, wealth, and relationships. If you're not committed to the process, however, then you will only achieve limited success. It's as simple as that. To encourage high levels of engagement, we've worked a variety of neurological motivators into the app, from pleasure and reward to self-improvement and self-direction to pain and punishment. One of the biggest motivators is a pain threshold, since avoiding pain is a fundamental drive for all humans. If you don't use the app at least once every 48 hours, you get a strike. Once you get 3 strikes, you're locked out of the app for 4 weeks. You'll also find a global leaderboard in the app that motivates you to keep on the right path and perhaps embrace a competitive camaraderie. Some people get quite inspired by that because they take pleasure in competition and are motivated by reward. They continually have faith with the rankings and enjoy the banter that can build relationships with others. Many people chat offline about it and exchange playful taunts like, "I've got you. I'm number 5. I'll be number 4 soon." You can also list yourself under an alias on the leaderboard too, for those wishing to go incognito. Case study, Bruce Wilson.
Bruce Wilson is one of the world's longest-serving members of Action Coach, which is currently the world's #1 business coaching franchise. As a franchisee, Bruce provides business coaching, mentoring, and training to business owners in the small to medium-sized business sector. And while Action Coach has thousands of franchisees in more than 60 countries, Bruce is one of only a handful of coaches to be inducted into the highly sought-after Action Coach International Hall of Fame, as well as being celebrated as a master coach, mentoring other coaches to success throughout the world. The coaching world was not always Bruce's profession of choice, however. In his early years, Bruce described himself as a bit of a rebel. He dropped out of university, bounced from job to job, and explored many different career paths until he finally discovered an unexpected love for beekeeping. He was content in his role for 15 years, but as Bruce found himself teaching others about his profession, he also discovered a passion for the human mind. for what motivates us and what makes us tick. This led Bruce to a new career working with at-risk youth and the long-term unemployed, where he learned about the human spirit and what strategies enable us to get the best from ourselves. As Bruce's passion for people exploded, he discovered the power of the mind and a cutting-edge system for improving human and business success. That was 20 years ago, and Bruce has since carved out a highly successful niche in the business coaching world, based on mindset and how it plays the most pivotal role in success, both in life and in business. Enter Quality Mind. Bruce first encountered the personal activation system when Richard was launching the Engage and Grow Team activation system. He was immediately drawn to the psychology of the group activation, and based on that, he was confident it was going to be a game changer. So he became a huge advocate for the program, becoming instrumental in getting the Engage and Grow name out to the rest of the business world. Richard kept telling Bruce, "Just you wait, I've got this personal activation program coming. It's on its way, and it's going to be a game changer." About 3 years passed, and while Bruce was achieving success in coaching, he was itching to learn more about Richard's next big thing. Bruce relays, "I wrote an email to Richard asking, 'Where's this personal activation system?' I could see that my clients and their teams were learning to work together effectively with the Engage and Grow system, but people still had their own personal paths to carve out, and it was the perfect timing for this next step in their journey." Finally, Richard said, "I've got it ready to go. It's called Quality Mind. It's based on an app, and you need to know about it." So that's where we really joined forces and looked at how we could most effectively impact the mental development of people in business and life in general. The undeniable mind-body connection. When asked why he believes others need his program, Bruce responded, "Well, I've been a big fan of personal development for 20 years now because most of us have got interferences or blocks within that prevent us from soaring and being our best selves. I already knew that the Engage and Grow group system was powerful, and once I saw the simplicity and the proven power of the personal activation system with Richard's elite athletes, I was sold. Not only were these athletes' performance improving on a consistent basis, but they were no longer injuring themselves. And that's really strong and irrefutable indication of the mind-body connection. You know, there's Gestalt therapy, there's NLP, there's all of that. However, this is the only program that I'd come across that says, we can literally stop athletes from getting injured. I thought, well, I'm not playing sport, but if it's that powerful, it's going to do my life and my clients' lives a huge amount of good. I was in a rut at that time, and I knew I was in a rut because I'd been doing the same things successfully for years, but I hadn't really reached my potential. And that's when I thought, I'm just going to dive right in. I already trusted Richard because of Engage and Grow, so I took the leap and I've never looked back. It was the game changer that Richard promised it would be. Bruce is passionate when sharing the impact the personal activation system has had on him personally and professionally. Firstly, I experienced instant results in terms of my creativity, and I felt my brain work and flow more freely, which is really important. As a business coach, I have to be really on my game, and the program had a positive impact with that immediately. As I progressed and got more into it, the overall stress level of my life also dramatically reduced, and this has continued now for over 2 years. Things I used to get wound up and worried about, like, how am I going to close this deal? Or how am I going to follow through on this project? No longer keep me awake at night. It's like I've just got it all handled. I manage pressure and stress differently now, and I think I'm a way better coach. I'm more patient with my clients because I realize that they've got to go through the process just as I've gone through mine with Quality Mind. I've got an insight into burdens that a lot of people carry, and that's really helped me in my work. Where your mind goes, your energy flows. The most valuable component of the program for me is the consistent app check-ins and reminders of the energy space I'm trying to live in my life. This is so powerful, because I now understand that the energy that I emanate at any point in time determines the results I get in every aspect of my life. Through the use of the app and Richard's mentoring, I've now learned to switch that energy really quickly, which is integral to me keeping my vibe and energy levels high. So if I'm having a down day and I'm thinking, oh, it's too hard, I can't be bothered, I use the app, I use the tools, and sometimes I'll even do a short meditation just to shift my energy, and then I get my momentum back to where I need it to be, and I get way more done. Honestly, it's as simple as just being focused, really focused on that energy that I live my life in. At any time I get a thought that de-energizes me, I immediately take action. The roll-on effect of that is that my life is now a higher level of satisfaction than it has been for many years. I've got so much on the go at the moment, and more opportunities are opening up professionally and personally, more than I've had probably nearly 10 years. And there's no question the personal activation system has enabled this positive shift. The biggest challenge with the program was realizing and accepting that I have to take sole responsibility for the results that I'm creating and achieving in my life. Because at some level, they're a reflection of what's going on inside of me and the beliefs that I've developed over the years. No one else is responsible for the way I think and feel, period. And everything is neutral until you give it meaning. I've also had to accept that I can't become the next and best version of me whilst hanging on to my past success. I thought I had gone as far as I could go, and so my progress, my development, and my income all stalled. I had to let go of the old programming and the limiting beliefs in order to break that glass ceiling. So I'd say being totally responsible and letting go of the past were my biggest challenges. The future's so bright. One of the most exciting shifts in me since the program has been my willingness to step up as a leader and the subsequent opportunities that are being presented to me as a direct result of that. As I've become more and more focused on my value in the world and contribution I have to make, I'm being asked to do things I never thought possible, and I'm creating a business model that is beyond anything that I'd ever dreamed of. My dream now is to be a world-class coach and mentor to millions, and Quality Mind has brought me so much closer to the reality of that. I'm not near the millions yet, but I've definitely cracked the hundreds, and I'm working on the thousands, which is all so good. I mean, that's an incredible future compared with, what do I do now? In closing, trust the process. I would recommend it for anyone who is willing to do the work and surrender to the process. And this includes being vulnerable to themselves and to others. I'm finding many people have never really considered what's shaping their life in terms of the thoughts they have about themselves and about life. So I think it works for anyone who's looking to grow and who's looking to get more out of life. For people who are happy with the status quo and are pretty sure that they've got it all sussed out, however, it's not going to be the right thing. It's for those that are open-minded and are willing to trust the process. It's all about personal activation, so you have to want more out of yourself and out of life first. And if you commit wholeheartedly, your world will undoubtedly change for the better.
Step 2, Part 1, Retrain. Throughout our childhood and adolescence, we are not taught how to think, process and understand ourselves, or to grasp our unconscious and subconscious mind, which houses 95% of our mental challenges. It's not part of any school curriculum or parental handbook, and for most of us, our natural, untrained default state is that of fear-based thinking, which is not the basis for a quality mind. So we need to reprogram and retrain it. We're always creating anyway. Everyone on this planet has one thing in common. We are always creating. Always, in all ways, whether we like it or not. We don't get a choice. When someone says, I'm not very creative, that's a belief they purchase for free from someone, a parent, TV, or a school teacher. They're not aware that they're always creating their life. Obviously, there are different types of creativity. We're not talking about being an artist or designing an app or writing a book. We're talking about consciously creating your own reality, and it all starts and ends with a thought. Metaphorically speaking, every moment of every day, we all have a paintbrush in our mind's hand. And consciously or unconsciously, we are painting pictures of our environment through feelings and thoughts. Most of us aren't even conscious of the canvas, but we are still painting and painting and painting. Often, we are blaming others for what is going wrong in our painting, and yet we are the ones holding the paintbrush. We are caught up in the past or caught up in the future, thus still painting poorly in the now. What happens when it's time for you to look at the canvas because reality is in your face for whatever reason? is that you are confronted with a grey, blurry mess. There's no clarity, no defined picture, and no vibrant colours. This realisation that you've been painting all this time only to create a horrible situation for yourself can be an overwhelming blow. You haven't been consciously aware of what you've been creating, and so your life has been unwittingly heading down a staggering deep valley, or you may even be falling off a cliff. Our goal is to get people to the stage when they're consciously creating. They've got the paintbrush in their hand, they know what paints they're dipping in, from beautiful pinks to hopeful yellows to calming blues and passionate reds and so on. With their colours selected, they're now focused entirely on their craft and their canvas. Throughout the day, they're completely aware of what they're thinking and what they're feeling, which are the very real colours creating their painting and willfully determining what's next. They are constantly building their future, excited by life, having arrived at the point where everything starts flowing to them. When you're unconsciously creating and staring aimlessly at your mess, you're always chasing life, and it's got a fair head start. Once you get to the point where you're consciously creating, something amazing happens. You can evaluate your art, change the direction of your creation, and quickly make changes on the run to keep you on track. You're not emotionally enslaved to the outcome, but you know exactly where you're going, what you're doing, and what you want to achieve, all while remaining completely excited and full of clarity. When you complete your masterpiece, summiting the mountain and achieving your dream, the artwork is complete. It's beautiful. It's whatever you want it to be. It's your dream, and it's come to you effortlessly with no chasing required. Once you reach the top of the mountain, there will always be another mountain for you to climb, should you choose to. That's life. However, you'll notice that the mountains become flatter. In other words, you'll get there quicker and more easily, and it's not as harsh or as cold up at the top. It's beautiful and euphoric, and the options available to you are boundless. You can continue to advance to the next mountain, but there won't be any valleys as such. You'll just discover a higher understanding and a superior perspective on life. When confronted with the creation of your own reality, people often push back because they don't want to truly know themselves. They're afraid to see themselves clearly, and they struggle with the concept of relinquishing control. Why? It is because people are control freaks. And most of us are control freaks because we feel out of control on some level. When people have their nails bitten down because the to-do lists that contain 40 plus items every day, they are probably feeling completely out of control. While they're out of control, we desperately want to control. It's a cyclical, habitual response rooted in anxiety, and it's extremely counterproductive. Have you ever tried to hold on to a handful of sand by squeezing your fist? You lose more sand than you keep. But when you relax your hand, the sand sits in your palm. The stress-free program helps you open your fist and walk hand in hand with life. These concepts are tough because most people don't know why they are here on this planet. If you don't know why you're here, if you're consistently seeking safety and certainty to control every minute of every day, then you're staring at the ground under your feet instead of the stars over the mountain. You're missing the great mystery of life. Why are we here? That's the question that underpins this whole program. It's the question that compelled me to start searching when I was 21 years old. When I was going through school, I would have been diagnosed with attention deficit disorder, ADD. No question about it. They didn't have that box to tick at the time, however, so all my report cards said, has all the ability but is too easily distracted. Throughout those years, what kept me happy was my sport. It gave me both an identity to hang my growing psyche on and an outlet to release my anger. I was an angry kid. Even when going through two different schools, not connecting with the traditional academic methods of education, and challenging psychology at every opportunity, I was simply asking the big questions to gain certainty and clarity in my life. But there wasn't anyone to show me the way. I just kept experiencing difficulties, contrast, in my life. I was trying to get to the top of the mountain, but I didn't know where the top of the mountain was or what it looked like. All that early contrast in my life was, quite simply, my mastermind pushing me to continue learning until I found my passion, which is this industry. I faced deep struggles to truly know myself and accept myself. I experienced depressive moments and high anxiety, but my intuition kept driving me through it all until I discovered my true purpose on life's journey. Now I'm climbing mountains all the time, and it's really exciting for me to keep achieving these summits and to help others do the same. We've clearly established that metaphorical mountains are a huge part of the stress-free program, and now it's time to break down your metaphorical mountaineer. There are 3 key parts of you that make up the mountain climbing experience. However, according to Swiss psychologist Carl Jung, there are 4 stages we must go through on the journey of life. It's important to have an understanding of these 4 stages because the quicker you can get yourself to the spirit stage, the quicker you can possibly get to the top of your mountains. The 4 stages of life. These stages have to do with who we are as people and our motivations. They have nothing to do with our age or accomplishments, and throughout our lives we often move forward and backwards amongst these stages. The athlete. The athlete is the phase in our lives when we are at our most self-absorbed. There are people in our lives who have never made it out of this phase or often revert to it. Of the 4 stages, it tends to be the least mature. It is characterized by being obsessed with our physical bodies and appearance. For an example of an athlete phase, watch teenagers walk past the mirror. The athlete phase can be narcissistic or critical or even both. The warrior. Moving forward in our lives, we reach the warrior phase. This is where we begin to take on responsibilities and get the desire to conquer the world. Well, maybe not the world for some of us, but this is when we become more goal-orientated. All of a sudden, we can see objectives that we want to accomplish, and the vanity of the athlete phase begins to fade. The warrior phase is really categorized by the struggles in our lives that early childhood can throw at us. The warrior phase is also the most common phase that people revert to throughout their lives as they reinvent themselves. The statement. When the warrior phase in our lives is coming to an end, we find ourselves asking, what have I done for others? Your focus shifts from your personal achievements to accomplishing goals based on forwarding other people's lives. This stage is often correlated to parenting because your focus shifts to providing a better life for your children and what it is you need to do. The statement phase for many people is much more than a correlation to parenting and more about leaving a legacy or a footprint in life. The statement phase is a time to reflect on what you have accomplished and how you can continue moving forward, not just for you, but for all other people in your life. As far as maturity goes, the statement phase is a huge step forward from even the warrior phase. The spirit. The final stage of life is the spirit stage. In this stage, we realize that we are more than what we have accumulated, be it money, friends, possessions, good deeds, or milestones in life. We are spiritual beings. We realize that we are divine beings on a journey of life that has no real beginning or ending. The spirit phase is characterized by a sensing of getting out of your own mind and focusing on what is waiting for you beyond your physical being. The philosopher Lao Tzu proposed a question over 2,500 years ago that perfectly describes the spirit phase. Can you step back from your own mind and thus understand all things? Giving birth and nourishing, having without possessing, acting with no expectations, leading and not trying to control, this is the supreme virtue. And this is where we want to take you now on the journey of the 4 stages of life. The fun and exciting part is we have built brand new tools along with technology that has allowed hundreds of our clients to move through with ease. Come and see. Vehicle, explorer, intuition. Everyone throughout their lives is climbing mountains. They're metaphorical, but they're still there, and each peak represents something that you want out of life. One peak may be becoming a manager in your industry. Another peak may be becoming a general manager. A third peak may be becoming CEO. Whatever dreams you may have, there's a corresponding mountain peak to summit. And if all our dreams are at the top of those metaphorical mountains, then we obviously want to know the quickest way to the top of those mountain peaks. So here it is. The quickest way to the top of the mountain peaks is to have 100% balance of these three key human components. 1. The body/vehicle/physical is the modality to get you to the top of the mountain. 2. The mind/explorer/thinker is the hiker who is wanting to climb the mountain. And 3. The soul, intuition or GPS is your innate mind guiding you up the mountain. The body/physical is the vehicle, so it needs to have the capability to climb the mountain. Your mind/explorer/thinker is the decision maker who thinks it's responsible for getting you up the mountain. And the soul/GPS, or higher mind, quite simply is that part of you that's already been to the top of the mountain and knows how to get there, just like an experienced Sherpa. That Sherpa lives within you right now. Understanding and aligning these three core elements will get you to the top of any mountain and quickly. Just remember this: whilst we may not know the exact reason we are here on this planet, we do know we are on a journey to have experiences and learn new things during our lives, and to express who we want to be along the way as true creators. As we've discussed, the mind's job is to keep the body safe and to preserve your human existence for evolutionary purposes. Your mind is constantly evaluating your surroundings and making sure everything is safe, in good order, and that your body can push up and through to the top of the mountain. Our minds want to be in charge, and usually we allow it to have all the power and all the control. That sounds okay in theory, except that without sufficient training, our minds are immature and stuck in default mode, ruling from fear, worrying about everything, preoccupied with the future, and obsessed by the past. If we come right down to the mind's original coded purpose, it is simply designed to process the physical experience to keep you safe, and then to just silently go along for the ride. Your mind should allow you to walk into a room, look around and say, "Yep, it's safe. It looks good here. No worries." And then it should get out of the way. But we've given it far too much authority and control, which gives it the weight to burden us with negativity. Many of us are so stuck in our minds that we're essentially letting a 12-year-old preteen make our adult decisions, consequently feeling angry all the time, thinking like victims, who are frustrated with always trying to be safe. It's a cyclical event, but once we start to realize that there are two key decision makers here, not just the mind, which we will refer to from here as your child mind, but the higher mind or soul, which we will refer to here on as your mastermind as well. Then we empower them through the stress-free toolkit to break the cycle, interrupt negative or unproductive thoughts, and replace them with thoughts at a higher vibration. For reference, throughout this book, we will refer to the mind as the child and the soul as the master. It's now time to view yourself from the third-person perspective, understanding that you have two major minds and that you may choose to operate from either. To understand our methodology, we ask that you take a moment whenever possible to step back outside of yourself and view yourself from the coach's box. When you can see yourself from the third-person perspective, your self-awareness and self-regulation will skyrocket, enabling you to make clearer, smarter, and more advantageous choices and decisions for yourself, resulting in a more successful, harmonious, stress-free life. The 4 A's. In order to achieve a stress-free life, we recommend that you embrace the third-person strategy, which we do through a process called the 4 A's: awareness, acceptance, acknowledgement, allowance. I'll soon break these down individually, but essentially what we're trying to do is to recognize, acknowledge, and to connect to your mastermind on a consistent basis. By doing this successfully, you'll get into a zone where life flows to you as opposed to you always chasing life. If you're excited by life and full of passion for your career, really feeling all of it deep in your heart, then you can accomplish anything. Anything. And that little voice in your head right now saying, yeah, right, what the hell does he know, is your child mind standing in your own way. We're not moving towards the mountaintop when the child is in the driver's seat. So I suggest that you embrace the awareness of your inner master, accept that it's there, acknowledge that it's about releasing control, then get out of the way to allow life to flow through you. Anything you want in life can be accomplished. And if you want to move ahead towards your dreams and find a life and abundance flowing to you, start with this truth. There are two key decision makers inside you. This was mentioned earlier, but it's a pivotal concept and is therefore worth repeating. The first decision maker is your higher mind, which we call your master, and your master is you. Once you start getting reconnected to yourself through your master, you will find yourself living your life with far more energy and enthusiasm. Your master is pure energy and pure intelligence, as opposed to the other key decision maker. This other mind is your child mind, which is made up of emotions such as worry, fear, and concern, all of which drain your energy. The child mind is really a controller. It's power hungry, impatient, and fearful. It's worried about the future and the past. It has low self-worth and it's moody. It's also very emotional. And when we are emotional, we lose energy. Child mind is basically like a cantankerous child that's just out of control. The master, or your high mind, on the other hand, is a central intelligence. It is raw energy. Living in tune with your intuition means taking complete ownership of your every thought, sensation, action, and decision. The master is passionate, filled with purpose, excited, understanding, and forgiving. And its starting point is located in, around, and behind your heart space. Where your energy of your child is rooted in the brain, your master is rooted deep in your heart. Once we reconnect you with your mastermind and you start getting in touch with your master, you'll start seeing dramatic changes happen quickly. Let's look at an example of an average executive's thoughts throughout the week. Odds are you're spending much of your time in your child mind, which means you're worrying about the future, reevaluating the past, worrying over comments from colleagues or clients, worrying about your performance or your team's performance, stressing about issues with your employees. The stressful thoughts are endless. Perhaps you didn't deliver a great presentation or sales are down, and you repeat and replay that performance over and over in your mind obsessively. The child is a control freak, and it locks you into a repetitive worry that tends to snowball. This is when your child may start to say via your subconscious, alert, alert, listen, this is way too much for you to handle right now, and I'm concerned. You're stressed out of your mind, and you don't deserve this. I'm going to make a decision, and I'm going to take you away from the office for the next few days or for the next few weeks because you need a break, and I want to keep you safe. This is when illness and breakdowns occur, because the body is listening to the child mind, and because everything is connected, it thinks it's protecting you. If you're out of alignment, out of sync, and not heading towards releasing all this fear and worry, you're not connecting to your intuition. Your master is always trying to help you, but if you're in this space, then it can't help you because you're not able to tap into it or hear it over the child that has taken control. What happens next is you find yourself heading down the path of illness, breakdowns, and/or inconsistent performance. Let's flip this on its head. What happens when you come out of a meeting or a presentation in full sync with your master? When you come out and do your personal 100-point plan, which is in the program, you recognize the strengths in what you did, you understand what you've learned, and you accept the facts of your performance. And you don't get emotionally connected to it. Instead, you clean it all down, move on from the past, and don't worry about the future. Forgiving yourself for any mistakes will keep your energy high, and as your energy remains high, you can freely look forward to the next opportunity because you have released everything, and you are continually living in the master throughout the week. When you do that week in and week out, your energy goes through the roof. You vibrate with high energy and potential that is ready and waiting to become accomplished. Again, contrast this with living in your child mind. When you worry about everything, your energy gets depleted. You start operating with low energy, and that means your performance suffers and you start making more errors. Over the course of time, your errors compound each other, and you may find yourself under a microscope, being pressured to perform. Suddenly, you're in a cycle again, and that cycle is a loop of negative feedback which creates low self-worth. This is the depressed level, where I first connect with many of my clients because they get into that negative cycle and things may begin to unravel in the face of their low energy and low self-worth. Remember, the body is led by the mind. When your child mind says things like, "This is far too stressful," "I'm not sure I'm good enough," "I'd rather be surfing," "I can't be bothered anymore," "I'm tired of this," "I'm out of my depth," your body will create a reason for that break. You're always creating, and that means you're always creating your own reality. It doesn't matter what happens, it's what you do that matters. We're teaching our clients that when they live in their mastermind, they've got extreme levels of energy, as opposed to living in their child mind with minimal levels of self-worth, energy, happiness, satisfaction, and success. I've never personally met a 12-year-old who's a multimillionaire and has high levels of continued and sustained success. Enter awareness. The first stage of the 4 A's is about understanding the characteristics of your master and your child, and being aware that your child can never grow up. It is coded to keep you safe, and that is its primary and only role. The process is not about eliminating the child, it's a key part of you and it has its use. Embracing awareness is about understanding your two selves and recognizing who is center stage in all moments of your life. Awareness is the first and most critical step because if you're looking at yourself through your third person perspective, you become aware that the child has taken over, and you can then take the necessary steps to bring your master to the forefront. Then in time, once you are in full control of your child, you'll find that your child mind and your mastermind will just naturally merge into one. This is called balance. The master and the child need to be in perfect flow for the body and the mind to work together to maintain a healthy, harmonious, stress-free life. You need them both to flourish, but the child really needs to be controlled, and you need to separate them first to understand their respective characters, strengths, and weaknesses, and to create awareness. By the age of 16, we know that we're reasonably safe, how to walk across the road, when people are possibly being dishonest, and what foods to eat, etc. However, you still need your child mind with its preoccupation with safety, because if humanity didn't have that, we wouldn't be here. We would have taken too many risks. The child is key for evolutionary purposes. Your child is usually like an actor on the stage. From the minute you wake up in the morning, you're in consultation with that actor, and it's a drama queen trying to capture your attention all day long. We teach our clients not to get abusive towards their child, we just help them to start looking in a different direction. Initially, the child will stomp its feet and say, No, do not look away. I'm in control here. What are you thinking? This is crazy. You going to do a quality mind program? You going to change direction? No chance. I'm in control, so don't look away. This is where some people struggle. When you first start looking away, the child on stage usually becomes more dramatic and demands much more attention. But it's like any actor. If they're not getting paid, then they're not going to perform. Having said that, you still like to watch the act on stage occasionally. It's still fun to have a personality and uniqueness. We're not taking that away from anyone. The bottom line is, when it comes to the bigger decisions in life, especially when you're a leader, it's ludicrous to think that you have time to spend in consultation with a 12 or 13-year-old. It's now time to speak to your ageless, intuitive mastermind that's ready to bring you all the accolades you want to achieve. So in closing, awareness is about understanding and recognizing the characteristics of your two selves, so you can bring yourself back to your master whenever the child unnecessarily takes the stage. Acceptance. The second stage is all about accepting that if you want to be the best in your life or in your field, you should start living that state of vibration in your master every day. You must begin visualizing, imagining, and knowing, taking vivid mental note of how this level of success feels. I think, therefore I am. The laws of attraction. Like attracts like, etc. If you achieve this, then your mastermind is already there, and the success will surely follow. You simply need to connect with your mastermind, because if you can, it will fast track you to where you want to go, providing you continually see it, feel it, and believe it. On the other hand, if you remain in your child mind, constantly questioning yourself, you'll be on the slow track, and you may never make it at all. You may achieve a certain measure of success, but it will not be sustainable, and you'll ultimately find yourself heading right back down to that familiar grey valley of mediocrity, frustration, and potential breakdown. Where you invest your energy dictates the focus of your life and the caliber of your performance. If you're in consultation with your child mind, your reality will only include childish outcomes. And if you're not in sync with your mastermind, you're not in alignment with your true purpose, thus creating unnecessary challenges and hardship. Once in sync, you will move out of the shadows and you will thrive and flourish in the sunlight. Acknowledging is all about appreciating and understanding that your master is far more powerful than you could ever imagine or truly understand in this human experience. It's also that surrendering to the fact that we may never truly understand everything, and that's okay. Your master is connected to every element of the universe. It is the universe, and so are you. Everything is connected, and when we acknowledge this, we are truly in flow. Acknowledging is about embracing the knowledge that your dream is coming to you by being in flow with your master, and by extension, your life. This step further builds the foundation under acceptance because you're acknowledging that you are receiving and moving towards your goal. Nothing can stop you because your high mind is already there. Allowance. This is the final stage of the 4 A's, and it's simply about allowing your master through. The quickest way to embrace your master is by acting like a master does. And we do this by making a considered choice about virtually everything in our day-to-day lives. Consider how your master would act, feel, or be in any given situation, and choose that higher path. Consider, what would my master choose, or how would my master react to this? It's about making thoughtful and conscious decisions about how you think, how you feel, how you relate, and how you invest your time and who you want to be. With allowance, it's easy to identify who's in charge and to make a better choice when you realize your child is at the helm. Where your child may choose anger, guilt, bitterness, or blame, your master will choose empathy, kindness, and understanding. Allowance is about taking that final leap, releasing control, and getting excited by your everyday existence without worrying about the future or about when or how it comes. It's about living in the now and allowing yourself to know and trust that you're on track. You're no longer living and working from a place of fear, worry, or concern. You're not trying to control your future or things that are outside of your control. You're not trying to control anything more than what you can control, your own performance. You are living moment by moment with clear, exciting dreams that you are passionate about and you are determined to achieve. Basically, if you're fully present and plugged in, what you're after will come to you if it's on your path, assuming you have the attributes to perform at the highest level. It's like putting your hands in the air and saying, I'm allowing this to take place. I know that I'm on track. I'm going to allow my higher mind through and I'm going to stay excited and watch my thinking. not go into the future, not sit in the past, and I'm constantly going to keep my thinking in that place of, I love life, I'm safe, I love being the best in my field, and so on. By following these 4 A's, you'll find that your child mind can't control you anymore, because your master has taken over, and you keep it that way by staying in the present moment. Remember this, because it's important. The more you're in the past and the more you're in the future, the less energy you have and the more you lose. Dream and have a plan for the future, by all means, but don't hold on to that plan so tightly that you lose sight, as you'll only focus on your hand and not the bigger picture. The more you're in the present moment, engaged in and seeing perfection in the now, the more perfection you will create. You're giving and receiving, and what you put out is what you get back. This is a universal law. Acknowledge that you are at the top of the mountain and that you've already reached your goal. It's now just got to be played out through feeling it and becoming it. It's like you've already written the script of what you want, and now you just play out that role. Unfortunately, what often happens is that people go on stage and they think they've lost the script. Then they experience uncertainty, doubt and fear. Don't let that happen. Acknowledge that you are on stage with your script and allow everything to proceed as it's been scripted without overthinking. Just get out of your own way. Stay excited for your future. Don't grab at control over when or how it comes. Finally, keep your child off the stage whilst you learn to control it, and you will be guided towards your dreams. It's time to step into the coach's box. The most frequently used activity in this process, an app, is also the one that teaches you our key method of aligning with your mastermind. It will inspire you to live within your heart center moment by moment and day by day. It's called thought shopping. To get started with thought shopping, you should first confront some of your fears and limiting beliefs we all have. Take the next 5 to 10 minutes and consider these questions. What is it that is holding me back? And what fearful discussions am I frequently having about myself? You can apply this to any area of your life. What is holding you back from being the best sales executive, the best team leader, the best CEO? What is holding you back from reaching your financial goals? What is holding you back from maintaining a healthy romantic relationship? The reasons are incredibly personal to you, of course, but I can identify a few broad answers that we've frequently heard from our clients. I'm not good enough. I'm not smart enough. I'm not making enough money. I don't have enough time. I don't deserve to be successful. I'm afraid of what success might mean. I'm not healthy enough. I don't have the support I need. Each of these statements immediately puts you in a low vibration, leaving you moving through a world of self-doubt, regret, anxiety, and self-sabotage. They're useless and negative, and even if they seem to be true, they're not true. So it's time to select your first power statement to use in your thought shopping. Think about the stories you're telling yourself about what is holding you back. Then turn the thought upside down and consider, what is the exact opposite of that thought? I'm not good enough becomes, I'm unbelievably amazing. Or, I'm the best manager here. Or, I am on fire. I'm not making enough money becomes, I have all the money that I need. Or, money comes to me effortlessly and easily. Or, more money is on its way, baby. I'm afraid of what success might mean becomes, I'm super excited by success and I can't wait to see what new opportunity it brings. I'm not healthy enough becomes, I have a perfectly conditioned body that gets stronger every minute of every day. I don't have the support I need becomes, I have the most amazing team around me. Whatever the opposite statement is, write it down in the language that is most powerful for you and your life. These statements should make you sit up straighter, feel pumped, and get goosebumps. These are your hell yeah mantras and are meant to elevate your vibrational state. And if you're not feeling that energy shift when you focus on the statement, you haven't made it powerful enough yet. Put some music on and spend about 20 minutes brainstorming these first thought shops. Aim to come up with at least 10 powerful statements that stop your negative child thoughts in their tracks and shoot you upwards into a high vibration and energy. Consider this. What sort of thoughts would your mastermind have? What sort of power statements would your Sherpa be screaming at you from the top of the mountain? And what would those comments and belief statements be? Those statements might be, life is amazing, love the journey. You're on track. You are fearless and always know what to do next. You are safe, there's no better time to take risks. You are financially free because I've already got all the money you need up here. If you're in an executive business role, you might hear, you are a global thought leader. You perform at your best under pressure. You are the subject matter expert on this. You've got this. You are totally ready for a more challenging role. We are using the word you here, but we want you to turn these into I statements. I do this. I am fearless. I am focused. I am safe. I am unstoppable. The deliberate act of creating these power statements, organising them, and using them to displace our old patterns of thought is critical to the stress-free process. Remember, we experience an average of 70,000 thoughts a day, and most of those come from our child mind. So how many times do you think you need to go thought shopping each day so that you can use these powerful thoughts from your mastermind to recode your brain and reroute your neurons? The answer is as many times as possible. Once you've got your top 10 power statements, add them to your app. Open the app on your smartphone and navigate to the Thought Shopping tab. Follow the directions on screen to enter your thought shops one at a time. You can add or remove these power statements at any time, keeping your thought shops relevant and vibrant for you. Whenever one just doesn't pack the same punch anymore, you can brainstorm another and evolve your list. I do this monthly. Practice thought shopping as often as you can each day, especially when you recognize that you're in your child mind, being pummeled by limiting beliefs, or sliding into negative thought patterns. Simply open your app, go to the Thought Shopping tab, identify how you're feeling and why you're feeling that way, and assess your thoughts. Then select a thought shop from your list of new power statements and repeat it to yourself 10 times, out loud or in your head, whatever works, until you deeply and fully feel the power statement in your body and in your heart. With your energy shifted and your vibration levels back up, you can return to your day knowing that you're rewiring your brain into a stress-free state. Thought shopping empowers you to deliberately stop the onslaught of childish, negative thoughts that flow through your mind and then into your body. We're arresting the momentum of your old ways of thinking. For example, if you've had a bad outcome or lost a big sale, then your child mind usually kicks into gear and says, "You weren't good enough. That was your fault. You've disappointed everyone." These thoughts can and do snowball and can last for hours, days, weeks, and months. This is why it's so important to appreciate you've got to watch the momentum in everything you're thinking all day long until it becomes your new normal. We want to recode our minds so that the master is now on stage, not the child. That is what it means to be completely clear and aligned in your thinking and your feeling. It's like stopping a driverless car at the top of the hill before it careers downward in an undirected rampage. If you wait until momentum has taken hold and the car's almost down the hill before jumping in front of it, you're not going to stop the car. You're going to get wiped out, run over, and injured. You've got to interrupt that momentum early on, and this is true in everyday life, as well as in the high-pressure lives of executives and business leaders. Retrain your mind and body, stop the momentum of the child mind, connect to your mastermind, and become the version of you who is the best at what you do, or the leader of the team, or the strongest in the business. If you can't get out of the feeling in your body and into your future self, you can still bring an old memory back in that reminds you what it feels like to be the best. You should stay there. Remember that time. Own that feeling of success. Walk that, act it out, and become that for as long as possible. This disrupts the old patterns and removes the old thought process, leaving your body free to rise to a higher level of energy. The second part of thought shopping is becoming the creator. We've put strategies in place to remove that negative, low vibrational thinking, and we've brought in the new power statements from the Sherpa at the top of the mountain. So now you're self-medicated in a positive way. Now it's time to move into the future and create what you want. I am the right person for this job. Even if you're not there yet, you will be. Your Sherpa already is. I am the best in the business. You're moving into the future, embodying how it feels to be that success and live your dream. You're manifesting it in the now. The floodgates open at this point, and our clients realizing that they can create anything they want and that the sky's the limit. You're flooded with high energy, and we want to direct that into the positive by really acting out your mastermind. Remember, the intuitive mastermind represents your best self, and this process is all about getting back to who you really are, while simultaneously cleaning out what you've become, which is likely to be 70,000 thoughts per day dominated by worry, concern, and limiting beliefs.
Step 2, Part 2, Retrain.
Practice makes perfect. The mastermind is always the preferable decision maker that I'm asking you to exercise and use consistently, and one of the easiest and most effective ways in which to do this is consciously trusting your first intuitive thought. Honor the fact that your first intuitive thought is often the most powerful level of communication your high mind has with you. Your master is more heart-focused, whereas your child is more brain-focused. For example, when you're walking down the street and you see a beggar, your first intuitive thought is empathy. I want to help. It comes from the heart, which is where the higher mind is centered. Then, almost instantly, your child mind, who thinks it's in charge, will take over and say practical things like, I don't want to encourage begging, or they'll just spend it on alcohol or cigarettes, or they should get a job. And consequently, you are more likely to just walk on by. Sound familiar? Learn to recognize your intuitive thought. Learn to hold it longer if you can, and stop and analyze what it was if you can. Because you must take the conceptual intuitive part of your body, which is the innate master, and work with it in unison with the intellectual brain. In order to do that, you've got to embed it by practicing the 4 A's and making it a habit. You've got to see it for what it is and understand it. It's not easy at first, but it gets easier once you open yourself up to the 4 A's. You can use intuitive thought everywhere. Many of us already do in the guise of the parking angel. You involve this apparent outside source to find you a parking spot because you can't see the whole car park. Trust in it. And you'll turn left and you'll turn right until this space opens up. Then you feel that you've used an energy that is beyond yourself, which you then call the parking angel. But you should also understand at this intuitive level that you just used your own intuition. This is a fun example of exercising your master, but an example nonetheless. You can talk to and exercise your master in many interesting ways, and these stretch far beyond intuitive thought. You can even muscle test it, and one highly effective way to do this is via kinesiology. Kinesiology is used in the complementary health and natural medicine field, and it is defined primarily as the use of muscle testing to identify imbalances in the body's structural, chemical, emotional, or other energy in order to establish the body's priority healing needs and evaluate energy changes brought about by a broad spectrum of both manual and non-manual therapeutic procedures. Google it if you'd like to find out more. It really works. Your master is also responsible for the chills of discernment or inspiration. Right now, you may be feeling that this is true. When you get chills or goosebumps, that's so often your master jumping up and down saying, listen, listen, listen. So make sure you do. 6 stages of mindful alignment. Before we move on to the next step in the personal activation system framework, it's important for you to clearly understand how the body is led by the mind and how being out of alignment with your mastermind and your highest excitement is the quickest way to mental hardship, physical breakdowns, crippling stress, and other ailments. This is easily seen in the 6 stages of alignment as we walk from a thought to a sensation farther along a downward spiral away from your true north. Stage 1. The thought. A thought goes through our heads at 1,000,000 miles an hour, and we're not even aware of these most of the time. As you have read, we have about 70,000 thoughts a day. Upwards of 90% of those thoughts are from the day before, which means most of our brains are on constant repeat. A belief is merely a thought repeated enough times that it becomes entrenched. So a thought that's well out of alignment with our mastermind comes in, usually so quickly that we can't even spot it. Sometimes we may even be hiding these negative thoughts from ourselves. And if it's a thought that isn't working for your benefit, like, I'm not good enough, you're going to find that you feel a low vibrational sensation in the body. Stage 2. The sensation. Depending on the thought, or even before the thought, if the body is triggered, you may feel a physical sensation in your chest, throat, neck, head, or any part of the body. It's a sensation that is telling you, quite simply, that you're off track. When you can't track the child thought quickly enough, the sensation is your next warning light, signaling, alert, alert, alert. You've got the wrong thought going on here. Most people become so used to getting that sensation that they don't even know where it's coming from, but it's coming from the thought. For example, you might have a concerned thought because you're worried about a crucial meeting, and that then manifests as an upset stomach or gastric distress. The body is always being triggered because you're a sponge of past experiences. These thoughts come in on the back of a range of stimuli, from memories of a confrontation to the smell of a past partner's perfume or cologne, to a certain song playing. Future worries are always nearby for most of us as well. So the sensation comes in and you feel it in your head, gut, heart, throat, or anywhere, usually in your upper body. If you randomly find yourself taking a quick deep breath, or hunching your shoulders, or fisting your hands, these sensations are the clue or trigger that you're off track and you're in your child. And if you don't take note of it and address it in its tracks, you're on the way to stage 3. Stage 3, the mood. Now you've gotten into a mood, as in moody, negative, and unpleasant. Your personality is your personal reality, meaning it's made up of your thoughts and feelings. When you've got inconsistent thoughts leading to negative sensations, you're left with an unhappy personality that's taking you nowhere fast. For example, you wake up one morning and get out of bed in a bad mood because you're not a morning person, or because of an argument you had the previous night, or because of your poor diet and accompanying low energy. Maybe you're worried about your finances or a mistake you made at work. Whatever the reason, once the sensation is in your body and you're in a mood, it's easy for the downward spiral to continue. If it continues to stay there, it builds momentum, which means the driverless car is now well and truly rolling down the hill. Step 4. Anxiety kicks in. Once the sensation gets momentum and the mood becomes a pattern or even a routine, over time you're now entering into anxiety. This is when people start chewing their nails all the time, can't focus, are super sensitive to the outer world, overthink, struggle to be social, or wind up on medication. This pattern is now ingrained in their mind and body, a superhighway for their neurons in the brain to fire and wire. Anxiety becomes their reality, and this can then lead to panic attacks. Stage 5. Panic attacks may occur. A panic attack is the most overwhelming sensation of all the sensations. The thought sneaks into your mind, manifests as a sensation in your body, which, if left there long enough, becomes a mood that then can burrow into become anxiety. Stage 5 is the panic attack because the thought is repeating out of control rates and the sensation can be all so overwhelming. The body is now completely consumed by an overload that can cause heart palpitations, shortness of breath, feelings of dizziness, and more. Even worse, this stage comes with triggers that can bypass previous stages and throw you right back into stage 5 in the future. For example, a panic attack could get triggered in the workplace when a business leader has a profoundly unpleasant interaction with a client or a staff member. Now, they can be triggered every time that person shows up to a meeting, since the body remembers the trauma of the previous experience, which leads us to the next stage. Stage 6, depression can result. Depression is the next stage of being well and truly out of alignment with your true north and highest excitement. Its arrival can both be caused by and result in not wanting to go to work or be an active member of society. Perhaps you're worried about future panic attacks, or maybe you didn't have any panic attacks and moved from anxiety straight into depression. Everyone is different, but usually the sequence follows the series of stages which I've laid out here. The most critical element here is to understand this. When you stop the thought, you stop the sensation. You kill off this entire process if you can nip it in the bud in the first 2 stages, and repeat and repeat and repeat until you recode yourself. This understanding is the key to thought shopping, one of your primary tools in retraining on your quality mind journey. The 4 universal laws of mindfulness. Every thought creates, and thoughts are powerful forces. They shape your understanding of reality, and they are responsible for the full shape of your life. What most people don't know is that this framework is governed by 4 universal laws that you should first understand in order to command. The universal law of control. You are in full control of every thought you have. Many people blame others for the way that they're thinking, and they may say, "You made me think that," or "You made me feel that." This is untrue, and it's really all on them. Think about what you want, not what you don't want. You may think that our thoughts are beyond our control, but that is never the case. We always choose our thoughts every moment of every day, and our thoughts always have an effect. There are no neutral thoughts. The universal law of change. The law of change states that you have a universal right to change every thought. You are in absolute and full control, and you can change any thought at any time. Most people just don't know how to, or they don't want to because they're attached to the emotional drama that they're living in. They're caught in a cyclical downward spiral of self-damaging thought processes, and they don't want to change because they don't want to take ownership or responsibility. People who suffer with anxiety will often blame their external world for this, when in fact it's quite the opposite. They choose to believe and accept that certain people or situations make them anxious, as though it can't be changed, when in fact nothing in your outer world can evoke your anxiety unless you create it and encourage it internally. For instance, why is it that when we see a certain person, you feel anxious, whereas when you see someone else, you feel peace and relief? The person that evokes that feeling in you has not caused that feeling. It's an experience or a memory that is flooding back, and in the past, you gave that experience a label. It's all you, and it's a choice. Everything is neutral until you give it meaning. When you bring this powerful statement into your daily life, it alone will evoke great change in you. It really is that powerful. The universal law of connection. If you conquer this law, you're on your way to becoming a full master of your own mind. The law of connection states that there is an inner world and an outer world. Everything within us and everything behind our eyes comprises our inner world. Everything outside of our eyes is our outer world. These worlds may be separate, but they are also connected. Your outer world reflects your inner world. If your inner world is out of control, you're going to find that your outer world is often out of control. When you find people trying to control everything in their lives, you can bet that their inner world is out of control. They often try to control people and every circumstance. They may try to force their way on the world and others, and in the process, they upset people and they live out of flow. If you look at the world's most successful businesses, Their external results are usually a direct reflection of their internal structures, leadership, and employee engagement. There is solid management, administration, and an overall flow in place. The universal law of attraction. Whatever's happening in your inner world, whether positive or negative, attracts its match in your outer world. If you're consistently full of fear, worry, concern, and doubt, then you're going to attract more of that in your life because it's what you're creating. Everyone listening to this book right now needs to understand that according to the law of attraction, their current environment has been created by themselves. And if you're unhappy with your current environment, then you've got to start separating yourself from your outer world, and we'll show you how to do that in the cleaning step of the Quality Mind process. You'll start to see that when your inner world is cleaned out, your outer world cleans down, and then the law of attraction works for you in a way that you want. You attract what you're putting out to the universe, and where your focus goes, your energy flows. How are you vibing? Vibrational levels, you say? You may have noticed that I often refer to your vibrational levels, and you need to keep them at a high vibration. I believe that learning how to raise your vibrational frequency is the single most important thing you can do to improve your life. By learning to raise your vibrational frequency, you will be able to create the biggest possible impact you can have on yourself and the planet as a whole. And it's a shift so powerful that it will change everything about you and the people you encounter. It is the foundation of this shift that will allow you to go out into the world and do great things if that is what you want to do. All vibrations operate at high and low frequencies within us and around us. If your vibration is low, it will be evident. It's simply a matter of bringing awareness to your situation and then working on rectifying it. And it's another reason the QM app was built. Perhaps you've never thought about your frequency before, but it impacts every aspect of your life. You create your own reality, and like attracts like. Similar to radio waves that are heard but remain unseen, your vibrational frequency emanates from your cumulative thoughts, emotions, and consciousness and is continually being broadcast out into the world. Below are 5 simple ways to quickly raise your vibration. Number 1. Your thoughts and words. The power of sound is conditioning your mind to constantly experience what you speak. The words you speak to others or to yourself can actually be weakening your vibration and causing you to feel bad. Your words guide your mind and your body towards experience you want to have. For example, choosing not to say anything negative for 24 hours will help you become more conscious of the things you say to yourself and to others. This is a wonderful challenge that you can do by yourself or with someone else. A lot of times we don't often realize how many negative things we say. Always keep your power of your words in your mind. Vibration is influenced by thought. So just imagine how you can positively influence vibration with positive intentions. During your 24 hours, start saying more kind things to yourself and to others. Use your words to empower yourself. Affirm exactly what you want to experience. Change the words you speak to yourself and to others, and you will raise your vibration. Number 2, meditation and relaxation. There are hundreds of meditations available to you on the app, and if sitting still is not your preference, we also offer powerful walking meditations that evoke a greater effect. The practice of meditation permanently strengthens the most evolved portion of the human brain, the frontal lobe, which is linked to increased abstract thought, cognitive reasoning, creativity, and positivity. It also triggers the brain to release naturally occurring neurotransmitters including dopamine, oxytocin, and endorphins, which are linked to different aspects of happiness, from simple pleasures to a deep sense of calm. Regardless of your religious orientation or which method you choose to use to meditate, even 5 minutes a day can help you clear the mind, confront and minimize negative, conscious and unconscious thinking patterns, and connect to the divine space within that transcends thought, feelings, and circumstances. Over time, this practice will raise your energetic frequency and contribute to a happier, more uplifted experience of yourself, others, and the world at large. This also helps you to raise your level of vibration. Further in the book, I will teach you how to meditate if you are new to it. Number 3, gratitude and appreciation. Taking a few minutes every day to wake up with gratitude will immediately raise your vibration and allow for more miracles in your life. Gratitude is one of the highest vibrations we can feel, along with love, freedom, and empowerment. Starting your day with thoughts of gratitude can set the tone for the entire day. What are your first thoughts when you awaken? Try to consciously start your day with feelings of gratitude, love, and peace. Energy of gratitude can help change your mood from a sour one to a blissful one. There is so much to be grateful for, and when we take even 1 minute out of our day to express gratitude, we're giving our soul a warm boost of love and focus. What are you grateful for? Making a gratitude list shifts your vibrations from focusing on what you don't have to what is already abundant in your life. There is more to be grateful for than you could possibly imagine, and when you raise your vibration with gratitude, the universe responds. Number 4, body nourishment. Besides positive thinking, the fastest way to increase your vibration is consuming foods and liquids that are filled with vital energy. Some foods vibrate at high frequencies and some at low frequencies. Most importantly, pay attention to how eating certain food makes your body feel. You've heard the saying that you are what you eat. Just remember this, every time you eat any kind of food, you're absorbing its energy into your body. The quality of that energy has a direct impact on the quality of your health and your vibrational levels. Energy is the core substance of everything in the universe. Without energy, there will be no life. Understanding how energy frequency works is important for your well-being. When your energy isn't vibrating correctly, you are more vulnerable to illness, negative thinking, and depression. Plants are filled with vital energy from the sun, which your body naturally understands. The more you consume high-vibrating energy foods, and water of course, the more positive, energized, and vital you'll feel, ultimately raising your vibration. Number 5, audio frequency. As we evolve as a human race, new information or science is always being discovered, which is exciting. There is an excellent video in which Avishai Banatan has enlightening conversation with stem cell biologist, best-selling author, and speaker Bruce Lipton, PhD, regarding the phenomenon of sound healing. This conversation is available on YouTube, but I've attempted to summarize the most relevant parts of the content here. Any misinterpretation of the exposition is entirely my own. Dr. Lipton explains that when he was teaching in medical school, conventional allopathic medicine, also known as Western medicine, evidence-based medicine, and modern medicine, was locked into a mechanical, physical approach to biology. It was based on information in the form of chemistry, hormones, drugs, and pharmaceutical agents being transmitted to the biological system. Allopathic medicine approached system malfunctions from the perspective that a drug can be used to carry signals and information which results in changes of the operation of the body. Over the years, however, there emerged what some might consider to be a new kind of medicine called energy medicine. Energy medicine, Dr. Lipton explains, is not actually new. Elements can be traced back to at least 1895 with the development of chiropractic therapy. Energy medicine has resulted in a very sound physical and biological understanding of the role of energy and vibration in medicine, and has evolved evidence that within the body, information can be carried by chemistry and information can be carried by vibration. Dr. Lipton further explains that some decades ago, physicist Colin McClure at the University of London undertook an assessment where he compared the relative effectiveness of using a chemical for information versus using a vibration for information. The results were, in Dr. Lipton's words, amazing and astounding, showing that When chemicals carry signals/information, as much as 98% or more of the energy available for information is lost at heat. Heat is created in many chemical reactions. Chemical signals therefore pass 1% of information. When vibrational energies are used to transfer information within the body, virtually none of the energy is lost. Energy signals therefore transmit nearly 100% of the information. The above implies that energy is 100 times more efficient in sending an informational signal than chemicals. As such, McClare's conclusion was that, in Dr. Lipton's words, given the option, we must recognize the truth that resonant information, vibrational information, is profoundly more efficient in sending information. The research also concludes that chemical signals, which must travel through a fluid, travel at a profoundly slower pace than energy signals, 1 foot per second versus 186,000 miles per second. Vibrational energy is therefore much more efficient and effective within a biological system than chemicals. In Lipton's words, chemicals work, but not anywhere as effectively or as efficiently as energy healing. And this is why we're moving from an allopathic, chemical, drug-related medicine into energy medicine, because it's now been recognized. And energy, which includes thought as well, is profoundly more effective in healing than our chemicals. Regarding sound healing, Lipton explains that a healthy system measured by an oscilloscope will show a beautiful, smooth, nice sine wave, while a system undergoing stress becomes very choppy in comparison. This shows that harmony is health, while disharmony breaks down health. Music has been considered important in healing for at least 5,000 years, when the ancient Greeks were employing it for that purpose, and sound is the element of music that transmit harmony to the biological system, reducing stress by inducing a more harmonic vibration throughout the body. Now, that being said, and since music is a type of frequency, you can easily raise your vibration by listening to music that feels good. It's like a vibrational raising hack because it takes hardly any effort on your part to sit and enjoy a nice tune. Try it now. Sound and vibration play a fundamental role in everything. Every object has a natural state of vibration. In fact, the human body is a symphony of sound. Every organ, every muscle, every system, every bone, every cell, no matter what size, they are all in a state of vibration. Everything that vibrates does so at a certain rate. This rate is known as its frequency. You can use the proper audio frequencies to positively alter your brainwave frequencies and produce specific desired results. Solfeggio frequencies make up the ancient 6-tone scale thought to have been used in sacred music. Each solfeggio tone is comprised of a frequency required to balance your energy and keep your body, mind and spirit in perfect harmony. The 6 main solfeggio frequencies are 396 Hz, liberating guilt and fear; 417 Hz, undoing situations and facilitating change; 528 Hz, transformation and DNA repair; 639 Hz, connecting/relationships; 741 Hz, expression/solutions; 852 Hz, returning to spiritual order. As you meditate along with this type of solfeggio music, just sit and relax with it, and you will let go of all the negative thoughts inside your mind and then focus on sensing your heart filled with love and positivity, giving you a feeling of a high vibration. It's all choice. Again, the QM app has been built to help you maintain high vibrations and offers music and meditations that incorporate each of the 6 main solfeggio frequencies. We offer audio tracks to suit your mood, time, and desired outcomes. And at the end of the day, what you put out is what you get back. That's another non-negotiable universal law. Tune yourself back to the perfect vibration. Albert Einstein apparently stated, "Concerning matter, we have all been wrong. What we have called matter is energy, whose vibration has been so lowered as to be perceptible to the senses. There is no matter. All matter beings vibrate at specific rates and everything has its own melody. The musical nature of nuclear matter, from atoms to galaxies, is now finally being recognised as science. That is why these frequencies are so powerful. They can literally bring you back to the original tones of the heavenly spheres and put your body into a balanced resonance. Just play the music." My daily stress-free and reprogramming rituals. I try to keep my vibe high throughout the day, and meditation is a key aspect of this. These are my average daily rituals 5 mornings per week. 4:30 a.m, wake up naturally, search YouTube or Audible, looking to find something new to watch and learn in the mindfulness space, business and or technology space. 4:45 a.m, meditate for 20 to 40 minutes. Also watch my 4-minute mind movie, which forces me to reprogram my mind. 5:30 a.m, depending on the weather, either walk my dog Bella and complete a high-energy walking meditation from the QM app or attend a group yoga or Pilates class. Thought shop, and more thought shopping. 6:30 a.m, WhatsApp or call anyone who has urgently reached out to me during the night from around the world. 6:45 a.m, play the new YouTube or Audible learning whilst I shower and prepare for the day. 7:15 a.m, have breakfast with my 3 daughters, thought shop, and more thought shopping. 7:30 a.m, head to the office, 5 minutes from home, thought shop, and more thought shopping. 8 a.m, clean my inbox from emails that have come in overnight, thought shop, and more thought shopping. 11 a.m, either coach a client or coach, or get creative for the remainder of the day. 5 p.m, head home to see my family, bubble pop before I enter the house. 6 p.m, share a glass of wine and dinner with my wife Kristen and reflect on the day. 8 p.m, usually attending or running online global meetings with my coaches to problem solve or strategize, thought shop, and more thought shopping. 9:30 p.m, bedtime, bubble pop, and meditation. 10 p.m, asleep. Activity, meditation, 10-day beginner series. Meditation is very powerful, and recent studies show that it actually changes the structure of your brain. With new studies coming out of every day, scientists have jumped on the meditation bandwagon. And here's why. Let's look at the top 10 scientific reasons to meditate. Number 1, decreased stress response, anxiety and depression. Number 2, improved memory. Number 3, improved immune system. Number 4, decline in inflammation. Number 5, increased neuroplasticity, the capacity of the brain to change, rewire and make new connections. Number 6, more creativity. Number 7, makes you younger by slowing cell decline. Number 8, emotional regulation. Number 9, decreased pain. And number 10, increased inner peace and compassion. Meditation 101. For the beginners out there, here is a breakdown of everything you need to know, from where to meditate, how you should meditate, how you should sit, and if you should listen to music or not. I'm even going to tell you how to turn off your brain. Where should I meditate? People will sometimes tell you that you can meditate anywhere, but in my opinion, I think you should just select a very quiet place where nobody will bother you. This could be a bedroom or a car or even a forest could work. How long should I meditate for? I would recommend meditating for about 5 to 10 minutes when starting out. It's also important to choose a guided meditation that closes off at the end time, because if you don't, you'll always be thinking to yourself, has it been 10 minutes yet? Should I stop? And the whole point of the meditation is to not think. Also, quality is better than quantity here. Being totally present and mindful for 10 seconds is way better than being a little bit present and mindful for 10 minutes. So, longer is not necessarily better. What should I do with my body? Most people will tell you that you should not lie down when you meditate, but I don't fully agree with this. I personally meditate twice a day, once in the morning, then once before I go to bed. The only reason I meditate at night is to help me sleep. So at night I will lie down, but in the morning I will always sit up because I don't want to fall back asleep. If you are only planning on meditating one time per day, definitely do it sitting, and I would recommend doing it in the morning. Also, a walking meditation is super powerful. However, this is not designed to slow the thinking, in fact, quite the opposite. These upbeat meditations are great to get your energy up and excited for the day or night ahead, or just to move past any challenges that may be bothering you. These are also available in the QM app. How should I sit? For beginners, I would recommend sitting in a chair with your eyes closed, head facing forward, back straight, chin up, feet flat, with your hands just relaxing on your legs. Should I listen to music alone or a guided meditation? I would suggest starting with the 10-day beginners guided meditation series on the QM app. Then try listening to music alone, which could be relaxing chilled music or nature music. What should I do or what should I think about when I meditate? There are many different meditation techniques, but the one I usually practice is something called mindfulness meditation. The whole idea is simply around focusing on your breathing. When you're sitting down, simply inhale through your nose, then exhale out your mouth with your lips slightly open. Just focus all of your attention on your breathing, feeling the sensations of the air hitting your nose, noting how the air feels when it fills your body and lungs. Pause briefly between inhaling and exhaling. This will get your brain to stop thinking. It's called being mindful, which is just focused intention. When starting out, my clients will say things like, "I'm still thinking too much. I have an itch that I keep scratching. I can't do this. Meditation just doesn't work for me." It's completely normal to experience this. I've been meditating twice a day for 10 years and I still get an itch and thoughts frequent my brain. But if you keep breathing and you trust the meditation process, those thoughts and itches will eventually dissipate. Now, if you'd like to explore this further, as mentioned, please open your QM app and navigate to the Meditations tab. You'll discover hundreds of different meditations, from those that help you sleep to those that energize you for a presentation, to walking meditations and more. You'll also find meditations especially calibrated to take you down through each of the brainwave patterns. What I'd like to focus on right now, however, is the free 10-day beginner series of meditations in the app, which I personally walk you through. This beginner series of meditations will introduce you and walk you through the basics of regular meditation and get you accustomed to meditating every day. It's best to make this part of your morning routine. Be sure not to drive or operate machinery during this time. Day 1, Introduction to Meditation, 7 minutes. Day 2, Beginners, Calming Meditation, 10 minutes. Day 3, Beginners, Breathing Meditation, 6 minutes. Day 4, Beginners, Raising Your Vibrational Levels, 7 minutes. Day 5, Beginners, Surrender Meditation, 6 minutes. Day 6, Beginners, Letting Go Meditation, 11 minutes. Day 7, Beginners, Gratitude Meditation, 11 minutes. Day 8, Beginners, Healthy Relationship Meditation, 12 minutes. Day 9, Beginners, Communication and Clarity Meditation, 9 minutes. And Day 10, Beginners, Sleep Meditation, 12 minutes. Once you've completed the 10-day beginners course, you can then progress to the guided meditations. What happens when we meditate? At the root of all thoughts, emotions, and behaviours is the communication between neurons within our brains. Brainwaves are produced by synchronized electrical pulses from masses of neurons communicating with each other. Brainwaves are detected using sensors placed on the scalp. These are divided into bandwidths to describe their functions, but are best thought of as a continuous spectrum of consciousness, from slow, loud, and functional to fast, subtle, and complex. It is a handy analogy to think of brainwaves as musical notes. The low frequency waves are like a deeply penetrating drum beat, while the higher frequency brainwaves are more like a subtle, high-pitched flute. Such a symphony, the higher and lower frequencies link and cohere with each other through harmonics. Our brainwaves change according to what we're doing and feeling. When slower brainwaves are dominant, we can feel tired, slow, sluggish, or dreamy. The higher frequencies are dominant and we feel wide or hyper-alert. The descriptions that follow are only broad descriptions. In practice, things are far more complex. The brainwaves reflect different aspects when they occur in different locations in the brain. Brainwave speed is measured in hertz, cycles per second, and they are divided into bands delineating slow, moderate, and fast waves. The goal with a relaxed meditation is to get into the alpha/theta state. These are the states. Beta brainwaves, 13 to 40 hertz, associated with worry, stress, paranoia, fear, irritability, moodiness, anger, connected to weakened health and immune system, fully awake and alert, nervousness, depression, anxiety. People spend most of their time in the beta state. Alpha brainwaves, 7 to 13 hertz. Meditation and relaxation begin. Effortless creativity flows. Powerful state for memory and super learning. A harmonious, peaceful state. Habits, fear, and phobias begin to melt away. Tranquility and calm. Theta brainwave, 4 to 7 hertz. Insight, intuition, inspiration. Answers to important questions can be found. Feelings like you are floating. A wonderful realm to explore. Dreamlike imagery. Good for problem solving. Feel more connected to others. Delta brainwaves, 0 to 4 hertz. Renewal, healing, rejuvenation. Deep, dreamless sleep. Very rewarding. Said to be the entrance to non-physical states of reality. Best start for immune system function, restoration, and health. Step 3. Clean. Even in our earliest days, we're infected with limiting beliefs. Those ideas that make our world smaller and colder with limited possibilities. And most would agree that we move through this human experience accepting, believing, and buying into limiting beliefs from our parents, our leaders, our society, our cultures, and our media. We're essentially being covered with a layer of invisible, restrictive muck every day. But because it's not visible, most of us never wash it off. Throughout our childhood and adolescence, we're like sponges, absorbing and recording everything we hear and see, but not consciously analysing it. We are young, so we don't have those skills yet, which is too bad because this is also when we are developing and designing our unique identity. And since our lives as children are run and controlled by our family and those who care for us, we usually have their belief systems, actions, and behaviours pushed upon us. We're literally being programmed and shaped with their software, which is often the software that their parents or carers instilled or installed in them. We are all born with naked purity and naturally high vibrations. However, as the years progress, most of us inevitably find ourselves rolling around in mud with our energies diluted. We're also often told that we'll become our parents, or that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, or that is our duty to emulate the thoughts and actions of another. If you're happy with that, you can continue down that path, but you certainly don't have to. In order for us to avoid perpetuating the same attitudes and beliefs of our predecessors, however, we must first identify what beliefs do not serve us, and then eliminate those beliefs from our lives. That's the sole focus of this next step of your reprogramming. Clean. Remember, up until around age 16, our whole existence is centered around making sure we are safe. The child mind rules the roost, ensuring that we have all our necessary safety mechanisms firmly in place. We know when to cross the street, when things are too hot to touch, how to avoid dangerous situations and more. And once we've reached the middle of our teenage years, we've accepted that we're safe in everyday life and we're ready to move on. However, by this stage, you are living with a powerful child mind that doesn't recognise any need for change, whilst also living with a collection of ingrained bad habits and limiting beliefs. So essentially, your path up the mountain has been ambushed before you've even started, despite your best intentions. As a result, please imagine this. You visit a coal mine, and before you descend into the mine, the occupational health and safety manager says you need to put on a safety suit along with these goggles, masks, and shoes. The suit and every piece of gear he hands you is bright, white, and pristine. The manager continues, "We're going to walk down this tunnel. You're not going to touch the sides. In fact, we're not going to do anything. We're just going to walk down the tunnel, and at the end, we'll walk out of the tunnel." You put this beautifully white, clean suit on, and you walk through the tunnel as requested. When you emerge, however, you discover your suit is not so clean anymore. You're dirty and you're covered in black soot. And yet, you never even touch the sides. You simply walk down the middle of the mine shaft. Well, I believe that this is life in a nutshell. It's a big, dirty mine shaft. We walk through life and we absorb all these limiting belief systems without doing anything specific or even realizing it's happening. Perhaps family tells us that we're less than we are, and so we tear ourselves down in our own minds. We may misread another person, and when they don't react as we predict, we get insulted by their behaviour. There could be office drama that we could get heavily involved with, which impacts our energy. The boss might have given us a hard time. These sorts of things all stick to us, and they've got to be cleaned off. So at the end of the day, you need to take off your white protective suit, figuratively, of course, then wash it down and prepare it for the next day. If you don't, you'll find yourself dragging a dirty suit through life. Then the filters get clogged up. The dirt infiltrates the goggles, as suddenly all that muck is in your eyes and in your mind. It's impacting how you perceive reality and changing your reality into something miserable and squalid. It's a standard part of everyone's daily life to shower, or at least wash our face, brush our teeth, and put on clean clothes. Cleaning our physical bodies is common and expected, as it should be. But do we clean our minds down at least once a day? I'd say most people don't. And even if they are doing some daily cleaning, they're most often doing meditation alone, which still isn't sufficient to clean the mind thoroughly. Meditation is a key part of the program, but it's only about 10% of the daily cleaning process. It's just one tool in our Quality Mind toolbox. The goal is to clean away everything you've taken on from others and to be left with the raw and unadulterated energy source that we all share at birth: love, self-acceptance, empathy, and self-expression. We each carry a light inside ourselves. For many, though, that inner candle is dimming. For some, their candles have just about been snuffed out. It's up to us to make our candle burning brightly, both absorbing and providing high energy, enthusiasm, and excitement. Cleaning down is the key, making sure our candles are kept in polished lanterns with pristine glass that amplifies our pure energy and light. When you clean yourself down, the raw energy inside of you emanates like a beacon, and you'll quickly discover that you're highly attractive to others. People respond to your light because it reminds them of their own, and it allows them to discover that their own light is still burning within. People love that feeling, that wave of inspiration that whispers in their ear, "I could be like that." This enthusiasm is infectious. The more you clean down, the more brightly you shine, and the more you ignite others. And that's when we can change the world. When we emit that intoxicating energy that makes others feel like sunshine. Cleaning out our filters daily changes the neurons in your brain, which changes the superhighways in your mind and ultimately results in a change in your identity. This new 2.0 version of you that you're creating has a brighter and more focused view of your future. And this upward shift in energy is clear as day to others as well. When you're in a meeting or speaking to someone, you'll discover you have an edge in getting others to listen to you. You're more likely to make a deal, get a job, or secure a role, all because you're burning so brightly and other people respond to that very favourably. You will quickly understand that cleaning down is one of the most important parts of the quality mind process, and that it's not just a job that you finish and move on. Cleaning is a process that you must maintain forever, because you're all living in an environment that is, by default, polluting our worldview and choking out our lights. We're continually walking through that coal mine in our pristine white suits, so keep your lantern shining brightly and you'll find yourself lighting hundreds of other lanterns along the way. At this point in the quality mind process, your influence and your leadership qualities go through the roof, and you inspire others to fan their own flames. This is the pinnacle of power for the business leader today. They can become national and global influencers, giving the most incredible gift by helping others shine their lights more brightly across the world. Limiting beliefs. We've covered thought shopping, which is used for quick mental transformation. You identify how you're feeling, and if your vibration levels are in a negative space, you select a new thought to refocus you into a state of higher energy. This in turn reinforces the remapping of your neurons. When you're dealing with belief systems, however, you'll need to bring out the big guns. Limiting beliefs can be heavier and stickier than single thoughts. They don't want to simply disappear, and they often require a more dedicated focus. Remember, a belief is simply a thought that you keep thinking, which makes it a belief. These belief systems tend to hide in the dark corners of your mind, taking refuge in the shadows. They don't want to be recognized, defined, and purged. These beliefs are the domain of the child mind, and as you know now, the child never wants to lose control of the center stage. When you're drilling down to focus on your beliefs, be aware that they'll hide from you. They don't come up that quickly much of the time. If you're fully aware and focused on how you're thinking and feeling each day, however, you'll find limiting beliefs pop up organically like a splinter. A deep splinter can remain in your body for years and may require serious work to remove. Limiting beliefs are no different. Just take a look at a few common limiting beliefs and how they're first embedded. In my case, my mother told me when I was young, "You're not very good at mathematics, Richard. You're just like me." That became one of my ingrained belief systems, and this isn't a unique example. Many of us have heard something similar and internalized it. Then we suffer in school or somewhere else in life, and who can say what opportunities we've missed out on because someone programmed us with this belief that then became part of our identity without us even realizing. Another limiting belief we commonly pick up from our family is classism. The rich are arrogant and greedy, or the poor are lazy and deserve what they get, or racism or sexism. These belief structures are deeply and directly harmful to our lives and to our world. You probably won't get rich, for example, if you have an underlying bias that rich people are assholes. Just look at people who win the lottery, or at so many pro athletes who make it big. They make millions of dollars almost instantly, but also often they just can't hold on to it, and they may even end up bankrupt. This is why it's so important to clean down our minds and clean out these harmful or unproductive belief systems on a regular basis. We must redesign our future selves with deliberation, focus, and excitement. The fact of life is we're all going to die, but we've got this one opportunity to live our best potential as we take this masterclass of masterclasses together called life. We're giving you the tools to jettison all the grief, misery, and trash thinking that is weighing you down. And we're showing you exactly how to uncover the raw power you already possess. And the answers to all your questions are already within you. You don't need to purchase a new self. You've just got to clean what's already there. Once you awaken that bright light that's currently dimmed within you, you'll uncover pure intelligence and raw energy that will get you back in flow with life, enabling you to shine brighter and achieve your biggest dreams. That's what you came here to do, to go within and find that potential that you've been missing. If you don't go within, you'll go without. The 4 stages of diffusing old beliefs. Let me first reiterate that a belief structure is simply a thought that gets repeated over and over again until you believe it. It then becomes part of your identity, and sometimes it's even a formative piece of your identity if it's implanted early enough. The great news is that you don't need to keep any beliefs that are not helping you. There is a 4-stage process that'll enable you to get rid of them. Desire. The first stage in changing a belief is having the desire to do so. It's as simple as that. You must have the deepest interest in making this change and be fundamentally committed to wanting it. This burning desire often emerges once someone gets fed up with life and just throws up their hands, either literally or metaphorically, whilst exclaiming, "Right, I am done with this." Remember, when you're not listening to your mastermind, you're going to get contrast in your life. And if you're in a position where life isn't working for you, that contrast will come through. If you're not in alignment with who you really are and what you're here to do, that contrast will come through again, and it often manifests as unhappiness, overwhelm, burnout, or disease. At this point, you'll realize, okay, I need to change my belief systems because you're creating the current reality. Once you've identified that desire to change, hold on to that inner passion. Definition. The second stage in defining the belief that you want to change and understand why it needs to go. It's likely to be a belief you've purchased for free or borrowed from a family, friends, the media, or society surrounding you. This belief may have served you up until now as well. Recognizing the ways in which it may have been of benefit to you and define why you no longer require that belief. Dedication. In the third stage, you are building the dedication to purge the belief. There may be a good amount of internal discussion or even discussion with a mentor or confidant as you clearly define who you want to be and how the current belief does not fit into that next version of you. Examine your behaviors, reflect on your beliefs, and see how the belief you'd like to exercise interacts with the rest of your internal ecosystem. Firm up your dedication to defining and becoming who you want to be until you can say without hesitation, "I'm ready to be the next version of me." Detachment. The fourth and final stage is detachment of the belief. Once you have expressed a desire to change, defined what needs to change, and shown dedication to becoming the new you, it's time to compassionately release the belief that no longer benefits you. Don't beat yourself up for having the belief in the first place. Don't think of the belief you're letting go as wholly representative of who you are as a person. Simply understand that the belief was part of the old you. And because you're always changing, you can let that piece go without shame or regret. Every moment of every day, right down to the cellular level, you are always changing. Detach yourself from the past and move into the new you. Activity. Remove limiting beliefs. To assist you through this process, open the app on your mobile device and navigate to the Meditations tab. Look for Removing Limiting Beliefs meditation. This is a 15-minute meditation that I recorded, which will walk you through a relaxation and visualization exercise to help you release these beliefs that no longer benefiting you. This is a meditation that you'll wish to return to regularly as you purge those old beliefs and make room for the new you. Once you locate an old belief, follow the 7-step belief system busting questionnaire to eliminate it instantly. Number 1. Is this belief statement 100% true? Yes or no? Number 2. What does holding onto this belief give you? Number 3. What has this belief already cost you? Number 4. If you hold onto it, what will this belief cost you in 1 to 2 years? Number 5. Who would you become and how would you act without this old belief? Number 6. Once you've decided on the statement that is the exact opposite of this belief, then say it, feel it, and be it until you own it. What you think is what you get. The single most effective way to ensure frustration in your future is to be constantly frustrated and worried about elements of your current life. Your thoughts become your reality. Harbouring negative belief systems and allowing negative thought patterns to persist allows an unfulfilled and stagnant life to become a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you have negative expectations, you're creating a space where the only possible outcome or even understanding is negative. When you define something as wrong, then that thing can only be experienced as wrong. That will never change as long as you continue within the same mindset without cleaning out your filters and deliberately changing your mindset. You're the one creating your own frustration. You're creating your own definition of what's dissatisfying about your life, and you're the one defining what's out of alignment with your highest excitement. To stop this frustration from mounting, you've got to create something else, a way of looking at the world that doesn't create needless negativity. The idea is to understand that wherever you are in any given moment, even if it's not where you prefer to be, it's where you need to be to learn what you need to learn, even if you don't prefer it. Everything is neutral until you give it meaning. Realize the difference between neutrally recognizing that you don't prefer something and tainting your life with negativity by negatively defining the experience. Once you validate an experience, it'll stick to you like glue because you're giving it undue attention and power. What keeps you in this self-perpetuating cycle of frustration is defining what's going on around you as an invalid experience that shouldn't be happening. You created that experience. You defined it. You gave it a negative vibration and discarded what you could have learned. Ultimately, you are invalidating yourself, and you'll find yourself manifesting the same challenges and frustrations again and again as you feel invalidated and constricted. Everything is just a mirror. Are you seeing frowning faces and concerns being reflected back to you? Then you know you're not validating yourself because that frown is coming from your own face. Hence the reason, in the next reflection model, we encourage you to put your face on the faces of those surrounding you so that you can appreciate the real lesson in what you're experiencing. Instead of seeing the other person as the problem, you receive the real lesson, and you can recognize through the frown that you don't prefer what is happening. Don't validate it, just thank the frown and turn it upside down. Now you're smiling because that's what you prefer. You've taken the gift of those frowns and discovered the element inside of you that wasn't in alignment with where you wanted to be. Decide to smile at everything that happens. You know it's going to serve you in a positive way because it's up to you. As you step into becoming the creator, it's crucial that you understand that any frustration with or invalidation of a belief system is within you. Everything around you is reflecting what you project out into the world. As you design the new you, treat every situation in a positive way and find the good in every opportunity. Things are going to happen in your existence that you don't prefer, like finding yourself in the midst of a global pandemic, as we have just seen around the world. You may get sacked from a job that you love, or break up with a significant other you weren't planning to leave, or struggle with your finances, but none of those experiences is innately negative. There's probably a better job for you, or a life partner waiting around the corner, or a financial windfall just a short time away if you maintain a positive outlook on life. This happens with small things as well, like going through your daily travels. Let's say your flight gets bumped, and then you get upgraded onto the next flight, or discovering you left your wallet at home when you're out for lunch and you discover a forgotten 20 in your jacket pocket. When you're cooling your heels at the airport or wondering whether someone will pay for your lunch, you'll be tempted to throw your hands in the air and say, "It figures." Ignore that. It doesn't. Instead, put your hands in the air and say, "It's happening all for the right reasons." Then allow the gift to come through. Can you maintain your energy and your focus? If you're not committed to doing so, there's little point in doing this program. If your mind is constantly worried about the next thing that's going to go wrong, things are just going to constantly go wrong for you. Where your focus goes, your energy flows. It's the choice of each person to recognize and understand the power they have within themselves. As soon as you develop a belief system around you, certain aspects or elements in your life, that belief system is going to play out in front of you again and again, whether you like it or not, good, bad, or neutral. Your mirror reflection. Imagine that you're dropped here, down on the planet, by yourself, and you were expected to go through this human experience all alone. If that were the case, it would be extremely difficult, if not impossible, for you to learn anything of significance, other than how the trees grow and the tides flow. You'd be hard-pressed to learn that the whole human experience is about growth, self-expression, and evolving the soul. Thankfully, you're not alone here on planet Earth, and we share our journey to experience, create, manifest, and understand ourselves better with over 7 billion others. And on the journey to understanding ourselves better, the quickest and most powerful way to learn more is through others. In this conceptual framework, everyone is the center of their own universe. As the planetary center, several satellites revolve in orbit around you. Think about satellites in our world. There are thousands of satellites orbiting the planet Earth, deliberately put there to be a reflection tool in a very simplistic sense. For example, if a television station in Japan wants to beam a program throughout the world, it bounces the transmission off a satellite or multiple satellites until the transmission is reflected back to Earth. The satellites are acting as mirrors, reflecting what is sent out to them. So, if we are the center of our own metaphorical universe, our metaphorical satellites are other people. People like our family members, partners, friends, work colleagues, and so on. The things that these satellites are reflected back to us represent the lessons necessary for our own self-growth. They're offering us gold. They're offering us the keys to become our true and powerful selves. What are your satellites reflecting back to you? Is the group of people around you triggering frustration or inspiration, or perhaps both? Meditate or tap into your intuition on why you're responding with those feelings in order to grasp the lesson standing in front of you. Perhaps there's an area within you that needs to be fulfilled or discarded. Let's say that you're frustrated with your mother, and what you're frustrated about is that she doesn't understand you. You're constantly arguing with her, or there's a persistent feeling of uneasiness between you. If that's the case, then there's an area within you that is unsettled and needs to be examined. The need to shine that light within yourself to identify that area for growth. Because it's that need for personal development driving the contrast that's manifesting within your relationship with your mother. Do you have a real problem with your colleague? Maybe you feel they're too arrogant, or that they aren't taking their role as seriously as they could. Consider what it is about your own performance that is making you feel uncertain, and redirect your energies towards firming up your knowledge or improving team coherence. Of course, it can be difficult to separate our personal feelings for other people from the lessons that they may represent for us, especially if you're getting contrast in the form of frustration with those around you. Luckily, we have a simple exercise to help you quickly cut through your personal feelings and focus only on the mirror image. Activity, mirror reflection. For starters, close your eyes. Visualize that person and the frustration you have with them, and put your own face on their face in your mind's eye. Once you identify them with yourself, ask yourself, what is the challenge here? What lesson am I missing? Or what do I need to get from this relationship? Proceed to have a mental conversation with yourself, pretending that the other person is you. Every issue that you have is actually with you. So the issues you think you're having with someone else, you're really having with yourself. All of the people surrounding you are quite simply reflecting the gifts and opportunities that are within you. They're deliberately designed for your own growth in every capacity. There is no such thing as coincidence with those people who revolve through your life. I refer us again to my early life. As a young man in my teens, I was quite angry because of my misinterpretation of existence, frustrations with my outer world impacted my inner world, and the more heated and frustrated my inner world got, the more I attracted the same level of aggression in the outer world. I got into quite a few bar fights and outright brawls, and some trouble with the law. I was consistently creating my own reality of strife because I was not listening to my outer world or seeing the lessons I needed to learn reflecting in those around me. I was completely in the grasp of my child mind. Once we bring ourselves into alignment with our surroundings and truly open our eyes, we evaluate ourselves with a new level of awareness. We can see the opportunities and gifts being offered to us through our experiences and our relationships. Look at school. You go through grade 1, 2, 3, and so forth, but you cannot advance to the next level until you've demonstrated your knowledge to the current level. Many people are consistently having the same types of arguments with their family members for multiple years because they are not advancing. They are still playing the same record over and over in their heads, and until they change the music, they'll be stuck in grade 1 singing the same old song. They're unable to see the gift being offered by this contrast, and so they're unable to grasp it, and they repeat the same mistakes. Why is understanding your DNA important? DNA is a nucleic acid that contains the generic instructions for the development and function of living things. All known cellular life and some viruses contain DNA. The main role of DNA in the cell is the long-term storage of information. DNA, quite simply, is the crowning glory of existence. The basis of who we are comes from the lineage of our DNA, and that we cannot change. It's simply our framework, and our ancestors never had access to the evolutionary tools, such as mind training, to which we have access today. So it's now our time and our responsibility to change the code. This is necessary because the old code usually has viruses and needs an upgrade, because we are aware that there is a code, and because we now have access to the tools for change. The world and individuals have not, for the most part, been heading in the right direction. You just need to watch the news. You don't want future generations to carry same lineage of destruction, greed and harmfulness that currently exists around the world. And while we can't change the past, we can change the future. So the first thing we can do to create massive change is to clean ourselves down. From there, we can assist in cleaning others and in cleaning the world, thus changing our code and the code of others. Awareness of our DNA is first, and once we understand who we are and where we have come from, we can get a rough understanding of our family belief systems which we inherited and then decide whether they are actually working for us or hindering us. Activity. How do I recode myself? You recode yourself by wanting to understand yourself and why you are who you are. This is a fantastic and enlightening activity. You need to pick 3 members of your family, preferably upline, mother, father, grandparents, and if not possible, you can fall back to aunties and uncles. You want to sit down and interview them. Find out what pain, joy, limiting beliefs, and empowering assumptions of those that came before you were carried and transmitted to you and your DNA. Ask them to join you for a coffee or a wine and inform them that you want to learn more about your family history and that you have a few questions you'd like to ask them. During the question time, please be mindful that some questions may bring up old memories, so you will need to be sensitive and empathetic to your family members' needs throughout. And please don't judge, just be an excellent listener. Also, it's advised to carry with you a notepad and pen or an MP3 recorder if you have their permission. It's best to ask all these questions however you choose. Please upload your answers onto the app journal. Ask each family member these questions, in isolation preferably, so the environment feels safe for each family member. Number 1. What is your favourite childhood memory? Number 2. If you could ask one question to both your mum and dad, what would it be? Number 3. Has there been any history of anxiety, depression, or trauma in the family lineage? Number 4. Were your parents/grandparents financially well off or not? Are there beliefs throughout the family lineage about accumulating wealth? Number 5. Are there any family secrets you haven't told me about? Number 6. What do you think is the biggest gift you got from your parents and how are you implementing it in your life? Number 7. How would you rate your relationship with your parents? Number 8. What have been your 3 biggest challenges in life so far? Number 9. If you could start your life again, what would you do differently? Number 10. What was your highest excitement/dream that you didn't get to realize? Understanding your history is one way to greatly accelerate the personal path of enlightenment and expanded consciousness. By shining a light on why we may be the way we are, we can empower ourselves, increase our awareness, and alter our behavior to create new outcomes. The more you clean down and shed light on who you are, the more you activate new levels of energy and clarity in everyday life. Love and forgiveness. Forgiveness of yourself and forgiveness of others are critical and essential if you are to progress and move forward. We all make mistakes and we all must amend and fix our relationships, both with ourselves and with others. Remember, every issue is you, and it's an opportunity for growth, so see it that way. We will always encounter some level of conflict, disappointment, or disharmony in our lives from time to time. It's how we handle this and how we take ownership and move on from it that dictates how we feel in the moments and days that follow. Forgiveness will quite literally set you free. For those who continually jump the hurdles of forgiveness, they will find that their relationships are stronger and more meaningful than ever before, both with themselves and with others. Activity. Questions to reveal the gifts of your reflection to love and forgive. Make a list of all the people you need to love and forgive to take another big step forward in your future self, and apply these questions to each of them, one at a time. Number 1. Who is the person you have the issue, is you, with? Number 2. Within 10 words, what is the problem you are experiencing with them? Number 3. Within 10 words, why is it bothering you right now? Number 4. What is the reflection gifting you right now so you can learn from it and advance yourself? Number 5. If you have the answers, close your eyes, hug them, and thank them for the gift. Number 6. If you did not get the answer, then close your eyes, take 3 deep breaths, sit back, and relax. Now replace the person's face with your own face, so you are looking at yourself, and ask yourself what areas you need to work on for you to become whole. Number 7. Ask and allow, and it will come through, either now or in the near future, if you are genuinely prepared for the answer. Number 8. So now, what are the holes you need to fill within yourself to become whole? Number 9. In case you didn't find the gift, again, ask yourself, how would I react as my master self if that person was a 5-year-old child? Then go back to question 2 and start the process again. These questions are also in the Quality Mind app. Step 4. Dream. Understanding synchronicity. When you are connecting to what's really exciting you in life, you are also connecting to your master's mind. Your intuition, your GPS, your soul communicates to you in many ways, but most evidently through your excitement. If you're aligned with your purpose and passion, and you're excited by your everyday existence and where you're heading in life, then you're in flow with life. Your mastermind also talks to you through your imagination. For instance, think of a moment when you're woken up or been in the shower and experienced a sudden vision of what you want to do with your life. This vision represents a powerful idea for your life that fills your heart with excitement and energy. You really feel that that's where you want to go. You really feel that's what you want to create for your life. It's this full throttle excitement that confirms your vision is possible. What so often happens next, though, is that your vision moves from your heart space, where passion comes from, up to the mind, which is full of limiting beliefs, fear and worry. Your feeling of excitement often becomes diluted and gets largely filtered out. You forget about that shining vision of opportunity, even though your heart's intuition, which has its own powerful mind, has already told you you can do that. Your mastermind is always communicating with you through your excitement levels, through your imagination, and through synchronicity. Synchronicity is that concept defined by Carl Jung, in which meaningful connections exist between two events that don't seem to have any apparent link. A synchronicity might appear or feel like a mere happen chance that is in perfect alignment with your current thoughts or ideas. For example, you may be thinking about someone you haven't seen or thought about for years, only to bump into them that very same day, or you decide that you want to start a business and you randomly meet someone that specializes in that field in that same week. Synchronicity is another way that your master mind signals you're moving in the right direction. It's a magnificent indication that you are on the right track. If you're in flow with life and you're excited by where you're going, you'll know that you are living out your purpose and your passion. Then you'll be more aware of the synchronicity of an encounter, and that will accelerate you towards what you want at a faster rate. Synchronicity will always be at play, as it is another universal law. However, if you're vibrating high and you have a positive outlook, you'll be more inclined to read the play. Recognizing contrast. Regarding the mastermind, there is no right or wrong. Sure, we live in a dualistic world. Up, down, yes, no, right, left. Yet when it comes to right or wrong, there really is no right or wrong. There's just what you've created. Everything is in perfect flow with what you've created and what you are creating. Contrast, quite simply, is the guiding hand of the mastermind, providing you with more choices and moving you into a different direction. Your mastermind is always guiding you on the path of least resistance. And because you've been equipped with the keys of self-creation and we are ultimately in charge of our own choices, we can often find ourselves going off course. And because our mastermind sees our life from the top of the mountain, well before we do it, we will know when something needs to change, which can cause anxiety. Most people don't like change. Contrast will help guide you, but sometimes, most of the time, we don't want it to, because change can be scary. Contrast will often occur when things aren't working in your favour. Contrast might occur when a relationship isn't working out, when a job is about to finish, that you didn't want to finish, when finances are in a struggle, or you're getting some other element of pressure in your inner and outer world. Contrast is a gift, disguised as pain or discomfort or illness, that is guiding you in a different direction from the one in which you're travelling. But because we are mostly control freaks, we find contrast difficult to allow in, and we tend to push back. For instance, when I was playing as a semi-professional athlete moving around Australia to play with these different teams, I'd get a job quite easily because that would be part of my contract. But then suddenly that job would finish abruptly, or something didn't work out, or the boss had other plans. There was frequent contrast coming into my existence, and it pushed me onto another experience and another experience after that. I just kept moving, going from job to job to job. At the time, I was thinking, this isn't great for my resume. I'm on my 9th or 10th job in a matter of 3 or 4 years. This is not looking good. What I realised, however, years later, as I founded my company Engage and Grow Global, which is in 80 countries and more than 400 licensed business coaches currently, is that the contrast funneled me in the right direction. It was an amazing gift for me, because I can now talk to people from the factory floor to hospital wards to mining sites to pubs and clubs just as easily as I can speak to people in the office, in the corporate world, and in government. Because I've actually moved through all of these areas in some capacity as an employee. At the time, the contrast felt like a hardship and it made it difficult for me to find the next job. But in hindsight, I was always in perfect play because I was meant to go there for a certain experience, then move to the next and the next. Contrast occurs when you've got more room for growth to experience, express, and accumulate more information for your life's journey. It will all be good at the end of the day, as long as you keep your vibrations high, because life is meant to be good and life isn't meant to be difficult. The person who said life was never meant to be easy simply had a limiting belief. Your mastermind is always pushing you towards the path of least resistance. When you're off the path, you're going to get pushed onto a new, happier path. But you've still got to make the choices to move towards your dreams because the universal law is free will. You get to create what you want. Your intuition will always guide you to the top of the mountain. But many people get themselves off track and end up stumbling down the side of the mountain instead. Enter contrast. If you're not listening to your mastermind, then you're listening to your child mind, and that 12-year-old mentality is probably insisting, no, I don't care, I'm going to go in this direction. If it's not the direction for your body, mind and soul, you're going to get contrast that will guide you back toward the path that leads to your highest excitement. Mental and physical breakdowns are a form of contrast, meaning there's room and opportunity for growth. You could say contrast is a guiding hand on your shoulder, like a friend guiding you in the right direction. Contrast isn't your enemy, it's your friend and mentor. But because we live in this world where your child mind is a 12-year-old control freak, people don't always see contrast for the kindness or gift that it is. The child mind doesn't always see anything at all, closing its eyes and throwing a tantrum that demands life to change immediately and give what it wants. That is why a lot of people don't know where they want to go in life. They are literally walking around blindfolded through life, and then they don't get what they want. They blame society or the government, anyone and everyone but themselves. Contrast isn't a slap in the face, but most people see it as. It's purely a guidance system. If you're not where you want to be, that just means you have the opportunity to make more choices and change your world. Contrast is what illuminates those opportunities. The power of contrast must be managed carefully because it can easily gain momentum if you're not aware. The winds of change are a natural part of life, but the key is to ensure that the wind doesn't blow you right off course and into the ravine. All of us have been engulfed in a contrast cyclone at one point, but it's about navigating through it and not allowing the momentum to set in. Don't get caught in the storm. This is where the app comes in. Abundance. In first world countries, almost everyone is chasing a dollar. Money is the be-all and end-all. And people lose sight of the fact that abundance comes in many forms. Money is almost always the measuring stick of one's success these days. You must be careful here though, because by focusing solely on money or material objects as the end game, you are minimizing, diminishing, or eliminating other precious forms of abundance that are available to help you along the way. When you are only focused on money, or when you are fixated on a specific path to a specific type of abundance, you are missing out on all the other elements of abundance, and that will slow you down on the road to success. First, releasing control of how and when it comes is of critical importance to receiving abundance. Also, you need to have less of a focus on the form of which it may arrive. Abundance could come to you in any form of synchronicity, an unexpected inheritance, material gifts, meeting the right person at the right time, expanding your horizons, winning a competition, or even winning the lottery. Keep your mind open when you are dreaming of your future successes, and it will flow to you more quickly than ever before. See it, feel it, become it. Close the gap. That which you feel yourself to be, you are. If you want to have something new and powerful manifest into your life, you must first be able to imagine it. Your imagination can do all that you ask in proportion to the degree of your attention. So, what kind of attention do you place on your dreams? In one of Einstein's most famous observations, he says, "Imagination is more important than knowledge. For knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the entire world, stimulating progress, giving birth to evolution." Logic will get you from A to B, but imagination will take you everywhere. Make your future dream a present fact by assuming the feeling of the dream fulfilled, and the feeling that would be yours if you were already in possession of your dream. For example, if you want to be promoted, use your imagination to visualize and feel how that actually feels, then hold on to that feeling and practice that feeling until you become that feeling every day. When you advance confidently in the direction of your dreams and endeavor to live the life which you have imagined, you will meet with success. It will happen as long as you've done the cleaning down to remove those limiting beliefs that may have been swept under the carpet. The strongest belief will always prevail. You are where you are today based on what you believe, and it's not just what you think you believe on the surface. It's also your limiting beliefs that often run deeper that are holding you back from moving into the life you deserve. If you're telling yourself you're not good enough, you're not wealthy enough, you're not smart enough, you're not enough, then you end up acting out that belief system. Quite simply, if you think you can't, you won't. You can't talk defeat and expect to have a victory. You can't talk lack, not enough, can't afford it, never get ahead, and expect to have abundance. If your words are poor, you're going to have a poor life. So often we don't become what we want because so much of wanting is about living in the space of what we don't have. That's why Jim Carrey's story is so powerful. He started to act as though he already had it. He would go up to Mulholland Drive. He would drive away saying and thinking, "I already have those things. I just haven't accessed them yet. I believe those things are going to come to me and I'm going to act like they are. And I'm going to move forward in my life in order to draw that to myself in such a way that my actions are in alignment with what I say I believe." You can talk yourself out of your dreams. Negative words can keep you from becoming who you are created to be. Don't fall into that trap. Quit calling in defeat. Quit talking about how it's not going to happen. Get focused. You only have one life in this body. Write down what you want to see happen in your life from this moment forward. Any areas where you're struggling or where you need to improve, write it down like it's already done. And then every day revisit it. Read it, feel it, act it every morning. It's not enough just to think it. You must feel it in your heart and become that person in your mind's eye. Something happens when you feel it in your heart. This will not only change your outlook, it will change your entire life. It all starts with a choice of thought, and your thoughts become your reality. Activity. Designing the new you. Many of you already know the power of visualization. It's been a popular technique in the workforce for decades, mentally rehearsing strategies and performances before enacting them. It should come as no surprise that visualization also plays a large part in being the creator and consciously creating the life that you want. Many people simply don't know what they want in life, so this activity is about defining what you want and building a collage of the places, people, concepts, and things that surround your future self. It's about visualizing your dreams as reality and bringing that energy into your everyday life. For this exercise, we're starting with visualizing your goals in terms of your lifestyle, relationships, and health. We've put together a series of questions for you to answer, and you can do this in a few sessions or in one big session. It's up to you. Simply take some time to go through the questions and answer them by finding images of what you are working toward in life on the internet. For example, when asked about your dream car, you might find a photo of a BMW or an Audi. For your dream home, it might be on the oceanfront, beach, house, or a country estate. For travel, feature photos of the destinations you'd most like to visit. I think you get the gist. Some of the questions are more abstract, so use your imagination. That's what this activity is all about. Find a picture that represents your answer to each question. For example, let's say generosity is a personality trait you'd like to have. A picture of someone doing charitable work or giving away gifts could represent generosity to you. Or let's say you're struggling to define what healthy means to you. You might select a photo of yourself in peak form for inspiration. Whatever you do, answer these questions with pictures that really excite and energize you. They should inspire you to vibrate at a high level and move into flow with life so that you'll more easily summit these mountains and bring your dreams to life. Lifestyle questions. What type of car are you driving? Where do you live? What kind of house do you own? What does it look like? Do you own a holiday home? Do you travel? Where do you go? What experiences that make your heart race do you want to achieve? What other toys do you want? A jet ski, a motorbike, a boat? What do you like to shop for? Do you have a nanny, a driver, or a permanent housekeeper? Relationships. How do you want to be described? What do you love about yourself? What personality trait do you like to have? Who are your close friends? What do you love about them? What do you do together? What sort of friend are you? What is your relationship like with your family? How do you show them that you love them? What do you like to spend time doing? What does your perfect partner look like? What qualities do they have? What does your relationship look like? How does this make you feel? What do you enjoy doing together? What sort of partner are you? Health. What does healthy mean to you? Do you exercise? What sort of exercise do you enjoy? Who do you exercise with? What healthy foods do you enjoy? How does this healthy lifestyle improve your mind and body? Wealth. Describe what wealthy means to you. How much money do you earn? How much money do you have in the bank? What sort of investments do you have? What is your net worth? What does financial freedom mean to you? Career. What do you enjoy doing? What are you really good at? What sort of work hours do you have? Where do you work? In an office? Outside? In a mobile business? What is most rewarding about your work? What is your title? Who do you work with? Community. How can I pay it forward? Who do you know whom you can help? How can you help? What causes speak to your soul? What local charities can you donate time or money to? How can you improve this planet? Save these photos to your journal in the app so they're always at your fingertips. And for a quick boost to remind you of your dreams, you should also save the images into their own folder on your computer. Booknote. This next section below has been added to assist business leaders who also want to build a high-performance and heart-focused team. The information and IP provided over the next 15 pages derives from my other business, Engage and Grow Global, where we offer a group activation system for business industries, small and large, worldwide. www.engageandgrowglobal.com. Building a stress-free dream team. Now that you've made time to focus and work on yourself, it's important to ensure your environment and your team are also managing stress and pressure effectively. First and foremost, this requires you to manage and lead by example. One of the more subtle but less desirable qualities of a manager is the tendency to cause stress, whereas if your people are fortunate enough to have a low-stress manager, it can make a significantly positive difference in their daily experience of work. Remember this, management stress is highly contagious. A recent survey from Korn Ferry, Workplace Stress Continues to Mount, examined workplace stress. Following are some key stats from it. 76% of respondents said workplace stress had a negative impact on their personal relationships. 66% have lost sleep due to work-related stress, and 16% have quit job because stress became too overwhelming. And disturbingly, the survey indicated that overall employee stress levels have risen nearly 20% in 3 decades. As a leader, one of your main objectives and challenges is to ensure that your people are highly engaged. This results in lowered stress levels, greater productivity, a higher quality of work, increased profitability, employee retention, and a thriving and fulfilled workplace. There are 3 types of employees in most workplaces, and they are: 1. Actively disengaged, those who do less than is expected of them. 2. Disengaged, those who do what is expected of them. 3. Engaged, those who do more than is expected of them. As a business leader, it is crucial that you ensure that your workforce is highly engaged. Disengaged employees are not profitable employees, but more importantly, they tend to taint the waters and bring others down to their disengaged level. This can have an extremely toxic impact on a team, so it's imperative that you identify these people and turn them around quickly. We have built 6 highly effective, proven steps to employee engagement, and they are as follows. 1. Evaluate, setting benchmarks. 2. Buy-in, collective accountability. 3. Unite the team, create meaningful connections. 4. Align your people, create a shared vision. 5. Highly engaged, high performance. 6. Actively growing, continuous improvement. The following is a range of activities that we currently use throughout the world, in all cultures and in all industries, to build a happy, productive, highly engaged and stress-free team around you. Heart-based habits. The purpose of this exercise is to empower and engage all employees to strategically look at the business as a whole and then discuss new ideas where they can collectively work towards improving their workplace as leaders. Start by handing out 5 to 10 post-it notes to each participant and asking them to jot down what they feel needs to improve if the organisation wants to be number 1 in the industry. Once completed, stick these notes on the whiteboard. Examples: unity, communication, sales, more training, fun, processes, leadership, systems, culture, engagement. Next, summarise the feedback on the whiteboard, but separate the feedback into either the heart or the brain of the organisation. The heart is all about the leadership, culture, relationships, engagement, and communication, while the brain is all about the processes, products, the systems, and governance. If you get the same responses, which you will, then just count how many times they're featured. We end up getting our top 5 key focus areas on both the heart and the brain. Then, focusing solely on the top 5 heart problems, everyone must think and be accountable for one individual leadership act that works towards improving the heart of the business. As the weeks go on and the heart of the business begins to improve, they can then shift their attention to fixing the brain side of the business. Each week, the group will be required to announce the individual leadership act for the week ahead and then report back to the session and explain what they got up to. Leadership acts ideas. Some examples of potential leadership acts ideas for both virtual and workplace teams are: recommended read and watch list. Start each day with an online huddle to share what you appreciate. Everyone brings something personal to share. Create a virtual negativity jar. Write what frustrates you, put it in the jar, and forget about it. Bring a photo of something you want for motivation. Weekly newsletter. Team outing. Daily fun facts. Photo collage of the team. Run a game to motivate your team. Create a birthday calendar. Joke of the day/week. Staff WhatsApp group. Organise awards. Weekly staff story sharing. Staff engagement/leadership survey. Cooking lessons. Language lessons. Movie night. Training sessions for staff development. Meditation classes. Yoga classes. Internal competition. Department bake-off. Department updates. Give everyone a thank you card. Meet someone new from another department. 60 seconds with a new staff member. Decorate your home office. Office space design theme. Client communication templates. Staff introductions. Official welcome team. Ask staff to get feedback on company. Inspirational quote on every customer email. New artwork on the walls. Make a short video to thank your clients. Create an online library lounge room meeting place. Introduce interns. Group bucket list board. The so on and so on. At the next session, and for every session moving forward, start the meeting by asking everyone how things went and what they learnt that week. After the session, take a photo of the whiteboard for your files and transfer the Leadership Act information onto the colour-coded Leadership Act scoreboard spreadsheet in Document 1. Then present this running scoreboard each week to the group at the start of each meeting. The reason we have a weekly scoreboard is to get everyone accountable, forward-thinking, and delivering exactly what they said they would. If they've chosen not to, then it is there for everyone to see. This also implies a small amount of healthy pressure to perform and deliver. So we want to create new habits, so this segment and would-be scorecard will play an integral role in every meeting. Setting agreed behaviours. The purpose of this exercise is to identify what behaviours the group would like to emulate and stand for throughout the program and well into the future. Start with a group discussion asking the following questions. What do we stand for as a team or an organisation? What are the agreed behaviours that we want to own and create to ensure we're seen as quality leaders? Separate the group into 3 or 4 smaller groups and ask them to discuss and come up with their top 5 agreed behaviours. Allow for 10 to 15 minutes for this to take place. Then ask the group to pick one spokesperson to present their findings to the broader group. They need to announce their agreed behaviours and justify why they chose them. While each group presents their findings, you as the facilitator must write down on the whiteboard and note any that have been selected multiple times. Once all behaviours have been presented, take some time to work through each with a broader group discussion before agreeing to the final top 5 behaviours for the group and team. Ensure the behaviours chosen can be measured and are not values as such. As an example, accountability, positivity, honesty, consistency, proactivity, and maybe transparency are measurable behaviours, whereas service, community, customer service, and innovation are more like values. There is a distinct difference between the two. Behaviours are more like verbs, values are more like nouns. Going forward and at the start of the next meetings, randomly ask different members of the group what the agreed behaviours are, one at a time, and then write them up on the whiteboard. This is done purely to embed the behaviours into the minds of all the leaders through spontaneous repetition. Sharing stories. The purpose of this great segment is to get a snapshot of the history of each member of the team, allowing everyone a more in-depth understanding of who they are working with and encouraging participants to be more understanding and caring of each other. Really want to find out more about who our people are, as we already know what they do. So we ask everyone to share some history about themselves at the next meeting. To make it easy for them, give them 2 options that they can talk about. 1, talk about someone who inspires you and why. And 2, talk about a time in your life where you've experienced some level of adversity and the positive that came out of it. They can also bring along a few childhood photos to add further value to their short talk, if they choose. Roundtable feedback. It is at this time that the group enters into weekly and shared individual roundtable feedback discussions. And please note, the table does not have to be round. Ensure that you have enough pens and paper available for each participant to use during the segment. Firstly, inform the participants at the round table that this is a weekly exercise where one team member is required to be given open and honest feedback from each member of the group. This will be repeated at each meeting until every participant has been given his or her feedback. The feedback is always centered around the team and is not the platform to air out any dirty personal issues. Each participant, including the selected participant given the feedback, is given a copy of the roundtable template that they are required to answer these two very simple questions. 1. What's the number one strength the team member brings to the team? And 2. What's the number one area that the team member should improve on or delete for the success of the team? Ask all participants to write down their feedback. You should take no more than 6 minutes to complete this. The selected participant will be given feedback from one team member at a time, going around in a circle until all participants have given that feedback. Once all participants have shared, then the selected team member presents their own response. Once they've replied, you need to ask the chosen participant if they need any further clarification about any of the feedback given to ensure the air is clear and the feedback was understood and accepted. At the end of the feedback session, each team member then hands his or her completed feedback sheets to the selected participants to keep. Please note, it is very important to set the scene before commencing feedback at every meeting. The rules are that the selected participant has no right of reply until every participant in the group has given their feedback. All team members in the group must remain silent and no talking and laughing is allowed during the feedback session. The facilitator then asks who'd like to go next week. The minute taker is also required to jot down the feedback presented from each team member in bullet point form to then add these points to the weekly minutes. If you have larger groups of 10, 11 or 12, then it's best to arrange the group into 3 or 4 smaller groups for the purpose of feedback. In this case, the 2 questions will slightly evolve and be, what are the top 2 strengths the team member brings to the team, and what are the top 2 areas the team member must improve on or delete for the success of the team. If at any stage you feel the feedback is disrespectful, then you will be required to intervene and stop the feedback there and then. However, in all my years of running this segment, I've never done this. This is by far the most popular segment in the whole program, and clients always request that it stays on for programs 2 and 3. Finally, introduce the rules and logistics of the roundtable segment. Once each participant has received their feedback, they will then be asked to sit down with you and complete a personal roadmap template. This roadmap is your coaching technique that allows you, as the facilitator, offer additional support to each participant and to put a plan of action in place to work on the feedback given. Once the roadmap coaching session is completed, which usually takes about 20 minutes, they'll be required to present this to the group at the next meeting. Roadmap coaching. Following each roundtable session, sit down with each team member and support them through a roadmap one-on-one coaching session. This exercise designed to encourage each participant to now focus on further developing the areas of improvement specified or to give more energy to their strengths. When you sit down with them, ask them to bring their completed roundtable feedback sheets and then inquire as to what they want to work on first, based on the feedback that was given from the group. They can focus on 1, 2, 3, or 4 areas. It's entirely up to each person. Your role as their leader and facilitator is to encourage them to focus on as many things as they comfortably can. The key here is to not tell them what to focus on, just lead them down the path of making their own decisions. This means they'll be more likely to implement their new focus areas because they chose them. The last part of the roadmap is allocating a support partner to assist and guide the participant on the journey to personal success. There are often individuals in the group or in the broader organisation that possess the skills that they need to work on based on their feedback. Ask the participant to think of 1 or 2 people that they think they have these skills and could be a good support partner to offer advice. keep them accountable, and assist them with their growth. The next step is for them to approach this person and ask them to be their support partner for the next few months. Once their roadmap is completed, grab a copy of it and then inform them that they will be required to present the completed roadmap to the group at the next session. Reward and recognition. The purpose of this regular segment is to reward and recognise the excellence and hard work of members within the group. It's important that you and the team continually acknowledge quality behaviours. This exercise also allows others in the group to learn what their peers are doing behind the scenes to build a dynamic culture and a high-performing organisation. So first inform the group that they will all now be required to nominate one team member from within the group each week as their chosen leader of the week. During the meetings, each member, one at a time, will speak openly about whom they've chosen and why. The team member receiving a nomination must always respectfully and verbally thank the person giving the recognition. Once all the participants have completed the task, the nominations are tallied up and a weekly winner or winners are congratulated with a small group applause and given the respect and acknowledgement deserved. Please be sure that all team members remain silent when each team member offers their nomination. The awards need to be given ample respect. If there's a draw, then there's 2 wins. Every nomination that is given needs to be added and tallied up over the course of the program, and the facilitator must keep a weekly running tally in a spreadsheet. This running tally then must be presented each week in the minutes and during the meetings. At the end of each program, the participants with the most nominations need to be recognised and rewarded for their efforts. We want this exercise to be fun and a little bit competitive, so all participants have something to strive for, which creates light-hearted banter and builds relationships and trust amongst the team. Some organisations have added a cash in contra bonus for the winner or the winners at the end. This is entirely up to the business leaders. Step 5. Live. To truly live, we must live with heart. Again, it's all in the science. New studies are showing that the human heart is the strongest biological generator of electrical fields and magnetic fields in the human body. So, our heart has the ability to generate the very fields that our world is made up of. And our own physics textbooks say if you want to change your reality, you must change either your electrical field or magnetic fields around you. Science tells us that when we have a feeling in our heart, we are actually creating the electrical and magnetic waves that change the quality of the atoms of our world. They literally interrupt the flow of space and time and rearrange the stuff this world is made of. The heart, it seems, truly is our most powerful creator, and it literally has the means to manifest our reality. The bottom line to all of this, and this is what the ancient traditions have always said, is that we're invited to feel the feelings inside our heart for the things that we would like to experience in our lives. To feel as if they already happened, rather than asking for them to happen and feeling powerless in our world, which we all do from time to time. It sounds like hocus pocus until we understand that when we have that feeling, we're creating the electrical and the magnetic template. It's the blueprint in our heart that the quantum stuff of our universe congeals around to give us the reality that matches what it is that we've felt. The heart is about 100 times stronger electrically than the human brain. And the heart is about 5,000 times stronger magnetically than the human brain. So, if you're going to create an electrical or magnetic field that affects our reality, it can't be done through thought alone. It's much easier to feel with our hearts. We model and stimulate with our brain, so our brain creates the image of what it is we like to see and what it is we like to experience. And once we have that locked into place and we can feel the feeling of gratitude and appreciation for what has already happened and give power to what it is, and once we have that locked into place, we can feel the feeling of gratitude and appreciation for what has already happened and give power to what it is that we're thinking. And this is a very powerful and internal technology that apparently was lost to the West about 2 centuries ago. The instructions are just now being found in many of the texts that have been recovered in the last 100 years. So, the feeling is what actually creates. And if the feeling is what creates, then you've got to give that field something to work with so it can show you what it is you're creating. Why not feel what it is that you'd like to experience so the field can give that back to you, rather than feeling the things that you don't have or don't want, because that gets back to you as well. So, it's this little subtle shift to thinking from the outcome rather than thinking from a place of lack and hoping something changes. And the feeling that you're creating is very closely associated with what we call belief. Belief and feeling both occur in the heart. And when you have a belief about something, you've usually got really strong feelings about that belief. So, truly believe it and you will achieve it. How good is that? The 7 levels of leadership. It is important to understand that you don't choose to be a leader. You are chosen to be a leader by your peers. As a leader, you will go through different stages or levels of leadership as described below. The first 5 levels are very much yesterday's approach to leadership. The remaining levels are about tomorrow's leaders. There's no better time than today for leaders to be more refined and honed, because the world we're moving towards requires a new type of leader. 1. The disliked manager. The first level of leadership features the disliked manager, who is usually someone who has moved up through the ranks of an organisation and has been promoted into a leadership role. This person has a lot of industry knowledge and knows the environment quite well. Even so, they're disliked and disrespected. 2. The disrespected manager. This person has moved from being disliked to being somewhat liked, but has yet to earn the respect of those they lead. There is a considerable learning curve in becoming a leader, and how long the person stays at that stage is entirely up to their own skill development. Number 3, the manager/leader. This is the type of person who now understands that there are 2 distinct skill sets required to be a leader. One has to be both a great manager and a great leader. This person is learning, they're reading books or listening to audiobooks, which means they've got great assistance in this area. At this point, they've attained 2 key areas, being a good leader and a good manager. After a while, this takes them to the next level. Number 4, the respected leader. The respected leader obviously has earned the respect as both a manager and a leader. This person is in a very good place and the organisation is now working more harmoniously as the staff follows the leader. Number 5, the accomplished leader. The person at this 5th level is called the accomplished leader because they have been in the role for a while, and during that time, they have been consistently showing good values. Their approach is great and they are able to maintain the levels of respect they have earned. They are now seen as something as a spiritual leader of their team or organisation. The first 5 levels of leadership are all about the environment. They are concerned with answering the question, how do I become a great leader in the environment in which you have been placed so that people follow you? The next levels of leadership are more concerned with an inner style of leadership. For these levels, you are putting on the blinkers like a horse in a race so that you can become really focused on honing your own level of leadership. One doesn't have to have attained the accomplished level leader to embark on level 6 and 7. But when you have already become an accomplished leader, and you then move on to these next steps, you'll be seen as a major influence. 6. The stress-free leader. This is someone really focused on themselves in terms of their own ability to self-regulate, their own ability to see the world from a different level, from the coach's box, you could say. The child mind is out and the master is in. So they're starting to understand that the inner world is a reflection of their outer world. They are starting to use the skill sets, quite simply, that we have been discussing in this audiobook so far. Everything they do throughout the day, multiple times a day, involves focusing on their heart center. They are leading or making decisions from that center, and they are consciously focusing on it. They are therefore becoming more present, and they have now freed their heart and forgiven the past arguments and issues. They are now leading life more authentically in terms of who they really are. 7. The intuitive leader. The ultimate level is that of the intuitive leader. Once you get to this 7th stage, your intuitive leadership skills are becoming so refined that you are tapping into your inner intelligence more often than not in your decision making. You are consistently in flow regarding connecting with your high mind and making decisions based on your inner intelligence, which is essentially what this book is about. This level of leadership is about completely refining the role of a human being in order to dehumanize ourselves to some degree so that we can get back to who we truly are. As you go up the scale from 6 to 7, you're really moving yourself into a high level of consciousness, a higher state of awareness. So you're now more in flow with the real role of leadership. A true leader serves to guide through complete actions, through shining your light brightly, and through helping people on an intuitive level. To some degree, you are becoming your own inner guru without trying to be a guru. That intuitive leadership is where the ultimate level of leadership is, because we need to understand that the answers are always within. So that's the process behind this next generation of leadership. In brief, the new world requires an intuitive leader who, on their way there, has become stress-free. 7 non-negotiables. A reasonable life can be achieved by anyone who's focused, but if you want a great life, you must commit to leading a great life, to doing things the majority do not do, and to thinking like the minority, not like the majority. Below are 7 principles to live by for an abundant, happy, successful career and life. Non-negotiable 1. The first principle to live by is that one day you will be gone. It may be in 50 years, it may be in 50 weeks. It may be next week or even today. I don't know, you don't know. Nobody knows. And rather than live in fear of this, you should embrace the fact that this life is short, precious and unpredictable. And in knowing this, we must live fully for today. It is not a recipe for recklessness, but rather a recipe to give your all today, to give your very best today in everything you do, to give your greatest energy to this day, to your family, to everyone you encounter today. It is a reminder for you to be your best self in each moment. What if you were gone tomorrow? What would they speak of you? What can you do that will leave a lasting positive memory in the lives of everyone you encounter? It's about being lighthearted and knowing that in the end, none of this stuff matters. The only thing that ever matters is how happy you were with the time you had on this planet. Did you achieve what you wanted to achieve? Did you make others feel loved? It is about knowing that things can never go with you in the end, and remembering that we are going to die is the greatest reminder we have in our daily lives, because it keeps us focused on what's really important and what is real. Non-negotiable number 2. There is nothing you cannot be, do or have. Period. If there has been someone, or even one person on this planet who has done it before, that means you can too. It doesn't mean it'll be easy, but it does mean it's possible. As long as it is possible, you can work towards it. You can make a plan, learn what needs to be done for you to live your craziest, most abundant life. A life most would consider impossible. But you know, impossible, broken down, states, I am possible. You know, impossible broken down is simply the process of making a plan and being willing to work for that plan. Non-negotiable number 3. Always charge towards your highest excitement. Ask yourself this question about everything you do in your life. Does this make me happy? If the answer is no, ask yourself, Will this sacrifice I am making lead to more happiness in the long term? If not, you should let it go. Non-negotiable number 4. Be yourself. Always, no exceptions. It's such a tragedy to see so many people on this planet living lives they don't want to live just because they've listened to other people who did the same. The only way you can live happy in this life, the only way you can be successful is if you commit to being you. Learn about yourself, know yourself, accept yourself, become the conscious creator, moment by moment. Non-negotiable number 5. Everything you need is already within you. In this world, you see endless examples of people who seemingly have it all, materially speaking, but they are empty inside. A beggar had been sitting on the side of the road for over 30 years. One day, a stranger walked by. "Spare some change?" mumbled the beggar, mechanically holding out his old baseball cap. "I've nothing to give you," said the stranger. Then he asked, "What's that you're sitting on?" "Nothing," replied the beggar. "Just an old box. I've been sitting on it for as long as I can remember." "Ever looked inside?" asked the stranger. "No," said the beggar. "What's the point? There's nothing in there." "Have a look inside," insisted the stranger. The beggar managed to pry open the lid, and with astonishment, disbelief, and elation, he saw the box was filled with gold. This parable lays out the very essence of human suffering. We are always looking externally for answers to our problems, for validation, for security, for love, but everything you ever need can be found within. The solution is found in our minds and in our hearts, because our thoughts are the cause of all suffering. Non-negotiable number 7. The most important moment in every day is the first moment when you wake up in the morning. Take full control of your state as soon as you register back into this reality. The reason is chemical. Cortisol is nature's built-in alarm system. It's your body's main stress hormone. It works with certain parts of your brain to control your mood, motivation, and fear. It's best known for helping fuel your body's fight or flight instinct in a crisis. And when we wake up a lot of the time, we fly off into worry about the day ahead or the day that was. This must stop. If you wake up stressed, then don't allow momentum to kick in. Pick up your phone, open your QM app, select one of the walking meditations and hit the beat. Or stay there in bed and select a high vibration meditation that gets you focused on living in your future self. Help yourself dream with clarity. See it, feel it, and become it. Stay in that state for as long as possible. Non-negotiable number 7. Whatever you focus on and desire with all your heart, you can create. If you search for negativity in this world, you will find plenty of it. If you search for hate, anger, violence, and sadness, you will find it. But the same is true on the flip side. If your only intention is to search for the good, you will find only the good, and whatever meaning you give your life becomes your life. We choose our own reality by the meaning we give each moment in our lives. Make it your intention to look for the good in your life, to notice the good in others, to be grateful for what you do have, to see challenges as opportunities to show your true character. Remember, what you give your attention to will become your experience in life. Practice seeing the good in your life and in others. Think the best, expect the best, and always ask yourself, how can this benefit my life? Leave who you were behind and create the next best version of yourself. Love who you are, get excited, and look forward to who you are becoming.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed listening to How to Become Stress-Free. Feel free to reach out to me via the Quality Mind website if you'd like further assistance. Continue on to hear 4 case studies that will further demonstrate to you the impact the personal activation system is having on past and current clients. Thank you for allowing me to spend this quality time with you. The end. Case study, Carol Fox.
Recently named as one of Australian Financial Review's 100 Women of Influence, and Why Magazine's 8 Women of Influence, Carol enjoys travelling across Australia and internationally, teaching concepts from her book, Confident Communication for Leaders, How to Communicate with Confidence, Anywhere, Anytime, and with Anyone. For the past 30 years, Carol has worked with thousands of people in her roles as an executive coach, conference speaker, and facilitator in the personal and professional development industry, collaborating with all levels of sport, government, not-for-profit, and corporate clients. With a rich sporting background, Carol is an ambassador for the ICC T20 World Cup 2020, Victoria University Women in Sport Research Ambassador, President Chair of Women's Sport Australia, mentor and facilitator AFLW, She Can Coach Project, and patron for the AFL Premiership Players Club. Carol first encountered the personal activation system when she was the MC at the 2019 Australian Sports Summit. Richard Maloney and the Quality Mind team were also there, and when Carol asked Richard to come up on stage, she was captivated by his ability to capture the audience's attention and focus, so she decided she needed to know more. Carol was about to embark on an epic life change, moving her family from Melbourne to the Gold Coast, which is no mean feat. I knew I had a very stressful time ahead of me. We'd made a huge life decision to move up to the Gold Coast, Australia. I had to find an office and an apartment in Melbourne so I could continue working with my clients there, find a place to live in Queensland, transfer schools, lease our family home, and pack up a lifetime of material items. It was an incredibly daunting time, and I thought that a focus on mindfulness would be something I could really benefit from. The timing of meeting Richard could not have been better, and once I heard more about the program, I was sold. A fundamental shift in thinking. When speaking of the personal activation system and its benefits, Carol shares, "It has definitely taught me to manage my stress reactions more effectively. I don't know how I would have made it through these last few months without it. It would have taken a lot more conscious work. The program has allowed me the opportunity to start my day and end my day in the best possible way. I regroup every morning when I do my meditation, and my sleep has improved significantly. If I find myself waking up in the middle of the night with thoughts racing, I just put on a meditation and it resets and rebalances me. In summary, the main thing is it's done for me, and it just helps to keep me grounded. In the past, that would have required a lot more work on my part." For me, the most valuable component of the program is the meditations. I had always avoided meditation in the past, even as an athlete. But I think that the beginners program broke down a few barriers and made it less intimidating. You just commit to 9 days initially, but by the 9th day it's like, okay, this is easy, this is manageable, I can do it. That's been the most surprising element of the program for me, because I never thought I'd be saying that I meditate daily. It's been pretty life-changing. Exciting times ahead. When asked how she sees her future unfolding with the techniques learned through the personal activation system, Carol is optimistic. "I think my future is going to be more positive and more successful as a result of the skills I've gained through the program. I've become more positive, more grounded, and more trusting of the journey. I'm excited by life and the possibilities ahead of me, whereas the old me would have probably been terrified right now with all the massive changes we've made. I'm trusting my higher self and feeling good and enthusiastic about my choices, just knowing that this has been the right thing to do." So Carol, do you think that the personal activation system can work for anyone, and would you recommend it? Yes, absolutely. I already have. I'm recommending my clients to go onto the free app to get them started, because when I say meditation, they look at me like I'm a bit out there, and I know that feeling. I was the first one to say, I'm not meditating. I say to them, just do your 9 days, follow the beginner meditations, and if you like it, then it's up to you what you decide to do from there. And so many of them really need it. I've also got my son Beau and his wife Margaret onto it, and we're getting them ready to do the next level program, because I know that not only will it help them personally, but I can actually see them becoming quality mind mentors as well. And do you think the personal activation system offers participants an easy and more powerful approach than mainstream psychology? I think that mainstream psychology works for some people, and there are others that just need to get to the bottom of what's happening within themselves and learn the tools to address their issues quickly. Some people may develop somewhat a codependent relationship with their psychologist, or therapist too, where they feel like they need to have that person with them all the time, which isn't possible, of course. The personal activation system is always accessible via the app, and you can choose how quickly you want to work through the program. It also provides support groups and meetings, so I think it offers people a tribe, which can be so important. It offers people a team that they can go to if they're struggling with some of the concepts. And you can also have the facilitators or the mind mentors to help you along as well. It's terrific because you only push yourself as far as you want to, or to the level that you're capable of at the time. I highly recommend the personal activation system to anyone who is looking to improve their outlook and their life.
Case study, Cameron Eustace.
Cameron Eustace is Managing Director at Robert Half Executive Search. He and his team build superior leadership teams, appointing C-suite talent for their clients. Cameron's clients span ASX Top 200, multinationals, emerging small-medium enterprises, SME, and growing privately held firms. Having graduated with a Bachelor of Commerce from the University of Melbourne, Cameron spent his early career as a chartered accountant working with a Big Four professional services firm, before transitioning to senior analyst roles within two major multinational firms. However, it was Cameron's passion for people and forming collaborative partnerships with clients and candidates that led him to the world of executive recruitment. This is where he and his skilled team conduct searches throughout Australia, New Zealand, and the Asia-Pacific regions to source top-tier talent executive leaders for its diverse clientele. Cameron first encountered the Quality Mind QM program when he attended one of Richard's information sessions. He was intrigued by what he heard, and the principles of the program really resonated, so he decided to learn more. Here, Cameron speaks about his journey with the QM program, and more specifically, the skills and tools he gained as a result. This has been one of the most insightful and valuable personal development programs I have done. Like many, my life is incredibly busy, supporting my wife in raising our 3 beautiful children with business commitments and varied outside interests. QM provided a great opportunity to reset, assess priorities, and explore ways of becoming the best version of myself. I have taken many significant lessons from this program, and I have a renewed focus on living in the present, often appreciating life's simpler moments. Manifesting the future and bringing it into the now. I think manifesting and visualizing positive future outcomes was something I thought I did previously. Since QM, I now have the frameworks to refine, along with goal setting, which in many cases has created positive responses to different events arising in my life. I have found it empowering to focus on my inner self, asking challenging questions such as, what do I want my legacy to be? I found QM most valuable in teaching the tools to effectively manifest and bring my future into the now. The creation of my mind movie was one such example, which provided an opportunity to explore and evaluate what my desired future looks like across personal, professional, and contribution to the broader community. It's important to take the time to reflect upon what it is that you really want for yourself, for your family, your career, and your life. Once this is clear, you can build a game plan to achieve your aspirations. Change of mindset is key. Rather than thinking, I have to work another 5 or 10 years to achieve objectives, seek ways to fast track, work smarter, and have the mindset of, why not now? The ability to visualize the now and putting future desires into a mind movie was very powerful. It helped reignite the passion. When asked whether he experienced any challenges throughout the program, Cameron shares, "I think initially it can be quite confronting as one is asked to delve deeper, creating a realization of the opportunity for great improvement. The good news is, I did improve, but needed to commit and allow myself to be honest and vulnerable throughout the whole process. Self-reflection can be uncomfortable, but it's necessary in order to grow and evolve in body, mind, and soul. A simple example. My personal fitness is something I've always been passionate about. But last year, I dropped the ball and did not protect my time for fitness as I would a business meeting. Since joining the program and assessing my low scores, I realized that I was impacting my broader energy levels at work and at home. I'm now doing F45 training 5 times per week. Work productivity has increased, and I'm making better decisions in all areas of my life. I'm thinking with a higher mind around what are my aspirations, goals, dreams, and who do I want to be. I have also improved my mind's ability to compartmentalize, live in the now, smell the roses, and really enjoy the moments. I'm now living my life from a more holistic viewpoint and being less self-critical on what I am doing in all the aspects of day-to-day life. It has added great clarity to my life." And Cameron, how do you see your future unfolding now that you're working with the techniques that you've learned through the program? It's really exciting because these new frameworks allow me the structure and focus to achieve my goals and rationally override any negative thoughts or limiting beliefs. If negative thoughts arise, I now know that I can counter them with a positive thought and have the self-awareness to understand that everything is neutral till you give it meaning. This mantra for the QM program really stuck with me. It is key to make an active choice to live in a positive vibration. That's so powerful. But it's also logical. When you learn how to execute it, you can say it without question that it actually works. Everything is neutral until you give it meaning. I think this program can work for anyone, and I would absolutely recommend it. However, to achieve the lifelong learnings from QM, one must be prepared to commit, invest, and ask oneself hard questions. Many questions asked to delve into long-held personal beliefs, some of which have been formed through legacy behaviors and relationships that may have no real current meaning. I recommend adopting the mantra of becoming a better version of myself, then proactively commit habits to forming positive change.
Case study, Di D'Aglio.
Di D'Aglio is a renowned Pilates instructor and business owner who has over 25 years' experience in teaching people how to move, and she loves what she does. Di opened Emerald Pilates in November 2016 to provide a way for so many people as possible to experience what it feels like to thrive with health and energy. She holds a Level 4 qualification with the Australian Pilates Method Association, and she is on the cusp of opening another studio in mid-2020. In her earlier years, Di completed an economics degree, and while she enjoyed working in that field, she felt somewhat despondent about the work culture at the time. Since it was a male-dominated industry in the 1990s, and there were minimal opportunities for women to break through and move up the ranks. During this period, Di was also supplementing her income as a group fitness teacher, which ultimately led to her becoming a recreation facility manager at a branch of the YMCA. Di was passionate about health and fitness, and she loved her work and saw great opportunity in this industry. She ultimately decided to complete a high-level qualification in Pilates and make that her full-time career. This eventually led to Di opening her first studio, where she employs other industry experts, and she describes her journey thus far as beautiful, amazing, and just the beginning with so much more to come. First encounters. Di first encountered the personal activation system through one of her clients, Kiralee, who is a quality mind mentor. One morning, I was telling Kiralee how much I thought that business success came down to mindset, and having the right mentality to be able to cope with all the challenges that come with running your own business, whether it be staff management, client management, or the ability to deal with conflict and grievances from clients and staff in a calm way that doesn't leave you feeling overwhelmed. That's when she started opening up about Quality Mind, and it immediately struck a chord with me. When you have your own business, you don't want it to be hard and clunky and grindy and cumbersome. I work a lot, but it doesn't feel like a chore or a bother. I get out of bed and I'm very grateful to go and do what I do because I love what I do. And while I've always loved the technical side of what I do, as in the mastery of what I do in terms of being a really good Pilates teacher, I wanted to gain some skills and insight on how to extend that passion into the administrative, entrepreneurial side of running my own business. So that's why I went down the road of Quality Mind. Before Quality Mind, I felt like there was something missing. I'd done a little bit of business coaching and personal coaching in the past, but it wasn't really what I was after. Whereas the personal activation system turned out to be exactly what I was after and what I needed. In the past, if something wasn't going to plan, or if I had a bump in the road, my brain would automatically follow the same cycle of feeling overwhelmed, anxious, tired, and angry. Now I avoid that cycle completely. Or if I do enter into it, I can quickly bring myself out of that simply by recognising that thought and then creating the complete opposite thought. I also find myself reflecting quite often on how I handle things now versus before the program. And there's no question I've evolved. I've developed stronger negotiation skills. I'm more empathetic towards others, and I've released a lot more fear around potential outcomes when I take risks. Overall, I'm just a happier, stronger, and more fearless person. The power of the thought shop. The thought shop has been the most powerful component of the personal activation system for me, in that I'm able to check my thoughts and bring myself out of overwhelm before it even lands within my body. Therefore, I feel like I'm now just having this beautiful smooth ride and staying on track at work and in life. Initially, it requires some discipline in order to stay consistent, but that's clearly communicated from the start. And once you see the results when you do the work properly, it becomes an integral part of your everyday life. The sky's the limit. Because of this program, there feels like there are no longer limits to what I can achieve. It has removed a lot of my limiting beliefs around the expansion of my business and my brand, and I use the meditations around that a lot, particularly the walking meditations. For me specifically, this program has enabled me to mentally break through the four walls of my studio and realise that there is so much more I can achieve. As a result, I'm now able to think about that and take the necessary steps required to grow my business and open more studios without fear or self-doubt or worry. I'm now in the process of implementing a lot of big projects this year, which I attribute to doing the program. I'm running Pilates teacher training, and I've secured myself a position as a lecturer for an amazing registered training organisation that runs the National Diploma of Contemporary Pilates. I'm therefore passing on my knowledge to others so that they can go and deliver quality Pilates to the world, which is very exciting. I'm also presenting a business workshop for the Australian Pilates Method Association in March, and I've been selected to present at an international fitness conference in Sydney in May. I'm also opening at least one more studio this year, and most likely another one in the year after. So there's a lot going on, but I don't feel overwhelmed or apprehensive about that. I feel excited and grateful. Would you recommend Quality Mind for others? Yes, I would 100% recommend it for anyone that is open to growth. I think there are some people that may not benefit if they're closed-minded or if they disallow themselves to be open to the discipline of it and the possibility of it. So there needs to be a little bit of acceptance around just letting the change happen and trusting and embracing the process. However, I believe very strongly that if anyone wants to make a change and is willing to open themselves up and let go of their own ego, then they can and will benefit significantly from this program. I actually think the world would be a much better place if everyone did this kind of work. There's an emotional intelligence that has resulted from me doing the work, and it would be great for other people to discover their potential and realise that they are limitless, and that they are probably just bound by themselves in their own brain. I think the world would be a better, happier, and more successful place if everyone did Quality Mind.
Case study, Andrew Badese.
Andrew is a digital-first business leader with over 15 years' experience in the areas of strategy, marketing, and product, enabling organizations to drive improved commercial outcomes through transformative digital programs. Andrew is currently head of digital and marketing automation at Macmillan Shakespeare, and he is passionate about helping businesses rapidly grow and evolve in the modern business environment. He has held various roles across global and local organizations such as IBM, GE, TAL, and iSelect. He has also held the position as board member at the Art Cabriolet, where he led the digital marketing and technology portfolios to support the charity's fundraising efforts and therapy programs. Andrew is also an advisory board member for two startups, Day by Day and VizTrade. Andrew and his current team are responsible for the delivery of all front-facing customer interaction points from a digital perspective. This includes websites, apps, live chat, digital marketing, and channel communications. Andrew commenced the Personal Activation System in July of 2019, with a focus on self-improvement and professional development. He hoped to achieve clearer thought patterns and clearer decision-making, and he saw it as an overall opportunity to improve the way that I present myself, both on a professional and personal level. He shares the following feedback in relation to the program and how it has impacted his career and his life thus far. The program's been great in the context that it's taught me to not sweat the small stuff as much as what I used to. I'm also now focusing on the bigger picture and focusing on the bigger goals and objectives in my life. So now the small stuff just doesn't seem relevant. Because of these changes, I'm now seeing all the small pieces of my puzzle just falling into place a lot more easily, and I'm faced with fewer issues and concerns. Over the last 6 months, I've seen multiple examples of this where something has happened and I've looked back retrospectively, knowing that the way that I would have dealt with these issues previously would have been different to how I deal with things now. In the past, I sometimes reacted negatively and emotionally. Now I'm better equipped to deal with these issues and I can handle more. I find the thought shopping to be extremely valuable. It was a really important component of the program for me initially because it allowed me to develop the thought patterns that I call smacking down my inner child. It allowed me to learn how to get that inner child to be quiet because I was able to articulate every time I felt that it was emerging. The other really valuable thing for me has been the meditations, in particular the sleep meditations and the walking meditations. Because I feel like I've got an overactive child in my mind, the idea of sleep can be pretty daunting for me. I used to feel like I had this little child running circles in my head until all hours of the morning. And the sleep meditations have been a critical tool for me in terms of taming that and ultimately providing me with a better quality sleep, which then translates into improvements in all facets of my work and personal life. I use one of the walking meditations almost every morning, walking from the train station up to my office. It's only about 3 minutes long, but it's really powerful, and it consistently helps me to clear any negative or annoying thoughts and sets me in a positive and energetic mindset for the day. And how do you see your future unfolding now that you're working with the techniques that you've learned through Quality Mind? My future looks better, and I'm definitely more in control of it. I'm a very passionate, career-focused person, and I feel like I've got more control and clarity around what I need to do next and how I'm going to do it. I think I've become calmer and happier since the program as well, which ultimately reflects in a really positive way on my demeanor, reflects positively in my relationships, and reflects positively in my professional life too. Would you recommend the Personal Activation System for anyone? And do you think it can work for anyone? Yes, definitely. I think it can help anybody who wants to improve their general state of mind, their general approach to business, to personal life, and to relationships. I think there are many great opportunities for people to go beyond the challenges that they might perceive in day-to-day life and evolve their thinking, evolve their mind, and evolve their relationships beyond what they ever thought was possible.
About the author. Richard Maloney is the founder and director of Engage and Grow Global and founder and CEO of Quality Mind Global. With over 20 years of experience and having worked with hundreds of elite athletes, business leaders, and executives, Richard has proven time and time again that the body is led by the mind. Now he has a unique and tangible system designed to minimize or eliminate stress, pressure, illness, and injuries through systematic mental training, allowing his clients to unlock their ultimate career capabilities and their true potential at work and in life. It all started for Richard when at age 18 he was recruited to play for his beloved St Kilda Football Club. This was the epitome of success for a footballer, playing at the most elite level in Australia. It seemed like a dream come true, and yet what he gained there was a very stark and unnerving realization that he wasn't mentally equipped to handle the immense pressure that came with being an elite sportsman. Richard was already battling demons in his personal life, and the stress proved all too much. He chose to walk away from his lifelong dream, but this failure stayed with him. Now 45 years old, Richard has over 500 clients in 30 plus countries, as well as Quality Mind mentor licensees in 9 countries. With the development of Quality Mind, what started as a way of preventing injuries by unlocking the minds of elite athletes has now opened the door for every person to release the magic of mental transformation into their lives. Richard's homegrown system, the Maloney method, has been integrated into a unique, proven, step-by-step system that has helped hundreds of people remove the obstacles holding them back from living the life of their dreams. Now, with the recent introduction of the game-changing Quality Mind app, he is literally changing lives every day. With his wealth of experience in the business world and in the sporting industry, Richard has used his personal development plan to improve the mental well-being of elite athletes and business leaders the world over. He has also become an international authority in employee engagement, leading over 400 employee engagement coaches in 80 plus countries. His company, Engage and Grow Global, is having a huge global impact on employee happiness, bringing the colour back into people's lives and workplaces. Richard has been a headline speaker at many industry conferences and events, and he has spoken in 15 countries. He is the author of The Minds of Winning Teams, Creating Team Success Through Engagement and Culture, author of Injury Free, Mental Training for Elite Athletes, and co-author, alongside Dr. Marshall Goldsmith, Brad Sugars, and Mark Thompson, of Engage and Grow, 6 Steps to Building Highly Engaged Employees. Richard was also recognised as a finalist in the 2016, 2017, and 2018 Australian Optus Business Awards, as Business Leader of the Year and Export Business of the Year, and as a finalist for the 2017 Telstra Victorian Micro Business of the Year. Richard is also the founder and a co-host of the Mindfulness in Sport podcast series alongside professional footballer Sean Higgins. Whether you are an elite athlete, an aspiring athlete, or anyone who wants to get more out of your sport and life, Richard and Sean can help you get there. Richard lives in Melbourne, Australia, with his wife Kristen and their 3 young daughters. You can learn more about Quality Mind Global and Engage and Grow Global via the websites below: www.qualitymindglobal.com, www.engageandgrowglobal.com,